Hey everybody, welcome to the show. We are going to be starting here in a few. Don't worry about the timer at the bottom. We were just doing a little correction. But we'll be starting at normal time, probably about 5 minutes. Check everything out. If you have not picked up merch at the end of this season, which could be tonight's end of our first season for Campaign 2, a lot of the stuff in the merch store goes away. And a whole bunch of new stuff that's coming up. I didn't put any out this season just because I wanted to see how all we were liking Superstitions before I put out a bunch of new art and new stuff. So, with that said, if you're interested in picking things up, do it while you can. That also means that all of our Dragonlance merch is going to be leaving as well. Don't worry, the Frankhouse Dilemma stickers will be there forever because Frankhouse Dilemmas are forever. Other than that, we'll be starting in a couple minutes. Is going to grab a drink. I'm going to pick up where we left off in a good old Frankhouse Dilemma to Allie. Because, you know, that's how you start shows around here.
But you picked a poor night to come visiting, my friends. It was a night just like this that it happened. The man who lived here went stark raving mad. They say he dispatched his entire family. Sometimes you can still hear the faint echo of their screams in the dark. His spirit now haunts this place, looking for others to dispatch. He's out there, watching you from the shadows, creeping ever closer. Come here. You can hide with me. I'll keep you safe and sound.
Well, hello everybody. It is it's the finale. I can't believe I'm actually saying it is currently the finale for the show. I feel like we just started this. I don't know about the cast in the background, but I feel like we just started this campaign. This 13 has flown by. And we even had a couple bonus episodes with Darkest House, my favorite villain of all time. And tonight, I know this may seem like this cryptid, this Wendigo, what is known as Drathok, has come from nowhere. But I just want to remind people, if you look back through the other episodes, their presence has been in place since the very first episode they got out of the Darkest House. The winter, I said, was stronger than it should be. It's the thickest snow they've ever had. We had the ether storm, which is something caused by this creature. On top of that, they have made rolls to notice things as they've been traveling back and forth between the outpost. And those rolls have been failed a lot of the times. The only person who didn't fail that roll was technically Regdur when he was camped out in the tent looking for their friend turning into the Galafel. And he did make it. He did see lights in the distance, and then he saw the Galafel walk by. But those lights in the distance weren't the undead getting raised. It was the candles from this creature. He just wasn't close enough to the snowstorm to know what it was. And then again, when we were saving the wolves that were there and all the noises that were being made, and the wolves were scared of something. Well, it wasn't the Galafels. It was this creature yet again. Because the creature itself, this cryptid, takes the firstborn every winter, and specifically from the Circle of Pines, but also from other creatures in the area, even wolves or birds or gophers or anything that survives out here. It takes the firstborn at the beginning of every winter. But these winters have been lasting longer and longer. So tonight, we're going to be getting back into why this is going on. And we'll see how our lovely hunters handle this. But there's going to be some, like, heart-gripping action going on here. It's going to be sad in some moments. And I will give it to my players for giving me backgrounds to play with. So let's go over to the intro, and we'll pick up where we left off. Well, everybody, I'm sorry for this episode, and I actually mean it this time. I actually mean I'm sorry for this episode. Not because it's gonna be bad, but because I hope players remember their backgrounds. Mm-hmm. I hope they remember their backgrounds. That's what I'll say. We are picking up where we left off, and just as a quick kind of reminder for everyone, I didn't write a thing for our players. Usually I do a recap and send it to them. I didn't for this one, because we're kind of right in the thick of it. As they were traveling back from the lake they dove into, fleeing from the Keeper of Filth, and I should say the Temple of Vorg that was taken over by the Keeper of Filth. When all of that went down, the tower fell into the water. They fled from that, almost died in the lake. A couple of them fought against what seemed to be True Faith members waded to the bottom of this lake. They did get an amulet from one of them and started trekking their way back to the outpost. Now, for those who are in our Discord, you might have noticed I put a pronunciation in there because I know none of us have been saying the name of the outpost as much as possible because it is a very weird sounding name. It just is. But we said we're going to leave. We're going to head back. That it would be sort of easy trip back. And then snow started again in the middle of spring. And then Allie's character, Georgia, started getting messages, telepathic messages from a spirit in the forest. And they asked them to come to the Circle of Pines that was near. And if people aren't familiar with druids, I know druids aren't, honestly, I don't think they talk about them very much at all. Circles in our games there's numerous of them. And then there are people who protect different groves or circles of trees. And they protect kind of like the heart of the pine, where they can get seedlings from them and then go plant them in other parts of the world. And this is one of those circles. It's not George's circle, but it's one of the Circle of Pines. And you're connected to all of them to a point because you're part of that kind of organization, that group. And she knows that this creature takes the firstborn. And Allie, I think she said it on the show, she did leave a family member behind a long time ago. But what her background doesn't say is how old this person would be at this point in time. So if we're in year 63 AS after the Sundering, Georgia, how old would your child be? Did it happen pre-Sundering or post-Sundering? Was it during the 12 years of bad?
It was right before then. It was almost what kind of triggered it.
Okay.
So I believe that would be, because the Sundering was 40 years ago, correct?
63.
63.
Yeah, usually we play in 57 AS, which is after the Sundering. We're starting in 63.
Okay, yes. So it would have been after the Sundering then. It would be about 33?
33 years. Is that what we're going with? Is that canon now? 33 years ago?
I'm doing the math.
I'm fine with it. I don't know, and that is why I'm asking. Because this is your canon.
Regder, how old are you? I'm looking through my notes right now.
How old am I?
Yeah?
Yes.
This is not their kid, by the way. This isn't Game of Thrones.
That's why I said I'm an uncle, not a dad.
Yeah.
Uncle Daddy.
Uncle Regder, why is Mommy drunk? What? I didn't write this shit. I'm playing along with what I have been given.
Oh, wait, would it be here?
Drew doesn't even know how old his character is. He's never been asked this question before, apparently.
I can't find my fucking age.
I mean, it's usually on your character sheet.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at the old one and the new one.
Okay, so I believe Georgia, according to my notes, is 82, if we have this be pre-Sundering.
That's up to you. We are after the Sundering right now. 67 years.
Yes.
I want to say he's
Or say 63.
112.
Okay, so
Okay, yeah. So Georgia's 82,
Okay.
meaning her child would be 63 and a half.
All right. Now, very, very important question here. You haven't seen your kid in how long?
I didn't even know you had a kid.
Yeah,
Well-
I know.
Probably about 7 years.
It's been 7 years. So close with the kid or no?
No. No.
Okay.
I don't want them to be close to me.
Do they know who you are?
They probably have their suspicions at this point, considering their ancestry and mine and
Okay.
the people who are raising them.
So, well, not anymore. So, as the Wendigo comes forth next to you, and you dove, and everyone kind of yelled out, and you saw like candles light up in the forest line. As he steps forward, this creature is not being aggressive. Their horns and antlers are covered in melting candles. On the winds, as the snow slowly starts to pick up, you could hear the sound of kids singing. All different ages, though. Like, I'm talking from 8 up to like late teens. You can hear the voices and the pitches in there. And in the lantern, he opens it up, or I keep saying it opens it up, takes out the candle, and plucks one from its antler and sticks it in. And swaps them out and kind of pushes it down, lets the wax melt. And you hear the sigh of whatever that candle is. At first, I'm not sure if it's sizzling from the snow hitting it, but there is a noise. But unfortunately, all this noise can only be heard by Georgia.
Oh,
Georgia, I need a will save to start this off.
let's go.
The DC is pretty difficult, as a heads up.
Okay.
We do not really have anything that you can outright save your ass with. But we do have a few things.
I got a 24.
So, as a reminder to DCs at the level we're at, because Pathfinder is very kind of cut. DCs in general, right now are 19. That's an average DC. And then spell DCs are 15, 18, and 20 for easy, difficult, and hard, roughly, for this level. This creature is beyond your level. Just as a heads up. And you know that. That's why I'm telling you, know what this thing is. This isn't something you fuck with. Barely do you negotiate with it.
God damn it.
Are you cool with this? Or would you like a bonus?
I would love a bonus.
So at a cost, we have plenty of these if you would like one. It gives you a +2 to the save. But if you fail with even that roll, you are slowed next round. Which means you lose an action. Which means you could cast a spell, but you couldn't move from your point. Or you can move and couldn't cast a spell. Would you like
You could just be like, bye, I'm not the father.
She already did that. What are you talking about?
I think with Georgia knowing what she does about Draythok, I would like to play into a superstition.
Oh, you want a superstition? Which one are we doing? A new one or an old one?
I think a new one.
Oh,
specific
buddy.
to Draythok.
Okay. Hey, we don't have one yet. I love cryptid superstitions. I will write down Draythok. What is your superstition?
The superstition is that Draythok is a being of fate. You cannot, like, if you are good to Draythok, they'll be good to you. So always show respect.
I don't know if good's a word I would put. I think
Yeah.
I do like the idea of a creature of fate, and that is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Draythok, don't tempt fate.
Ooh.
I like
Ooh,
that.
okay.
Don't tempt fate.
Don't Dracoth off.
With yeah, he's a verb. With the cryptid. With a cryptid of I'm gonna put with the Cryptid of Destiny, actually. So I'm gonna put your name down below this. I've been trying to label everybody's, so I know who did it. So that's the first one. Go ahead and make a reroll. And then I'm gonna ask what the rest of the group wants to do.
Okay. That is a 30. I'm way happier with the 30.
Would you also like an add a cost for an extra +2?
You know what? Yeah, because if I'm not going to make it, I'm fucked anyway. So let's go.
You're not incorrect. All right, we'll do serving hands at a cost.
And this is where you tell me the DC was 45. So
No. The DC was 31.
Fucking shit. Okay.
As you re-roll the will save, while the sadness is seeping in, you're able to pick out a voice you are familiar with, and it is coming from that candle-lit lantern. And when you look at it, on the reflections of the glass, you can see images of your child Tillian training with the Druid Circle over the years. On the last frame, there's a picture of him holding up his hand with a leather glove with a fake finger.
I feel sorry for you and your lack of soul.
And when that happens, he steps eerily close to you in the snow. I'm going to ask the rest of the party as this is happening. As snow is building up roughly, I'd say an inch a minute. So it's like already kind of building up around everybody. I'm going to go from the top down. Maria, you see this cryptid. They're locked in kind of a gaze together, and it's sliding across the ground towards them. There's no verbal communications going on. Anything you want to do. Everyone is within, I would say, 5 to 10 feet of each other. I'm not too worried about distance, but you are all about 50 foot to... No, further than that, because she was running back. That's right. She was running back from the forest. You're probably about 100 foot then from Georgia.
Okay.
To give distance, because she ran out of the tree line and it followed after.
Right. So we all know what I'm gonna do.
I mean, head between your legs, head in the sand and snow. Head in the snow. Is that a new superstition? Head in the snow.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the new superstition. It's just like,
Does
you
it
know
rhyme?
what? Just not my problem.
Not my kid.
Maria.
Not my problem.
Yeah, Maria is 62 AS or something.
Jesus
Pretty bumper
Christ.
sticker.
What was that from Hitchhiker's Guide? The SEP field, somebody else's problem.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that, I
Just
think
don't
so.
notice
Yeah.
it because it's somebody else's problem, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Right.
Activate the SEP field.
No, I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna roll my exploit vulnerability because this thing doesn't. I don't know if it's hostile or not.
Okay.
And if it ends up like coming towards us for any reason, I want to try and be prepared.
Okay. And we are not in combat rounds until someone starts combat between all of you and it. Just so you know.
Yeah, I'm not. It's just for in case combat kicks off. I'm not planning on initiating combat.
Yeah. Everyone says that. No one ever plans on it. So go ahead and make your roll.
Planning on it.
Um.
You're very serious esoteric bullshit to devise a strategy.
Correct.
I'm just
it's a
embracing
20
the class at this point. What am I going to do?
Right. Is a 24.
So there are 3 categories of knowledge in Pathfinder 2E. There's recalled knowledge if you have what it is. There's unspecific lore, and there's specific lore. And that is from the hardest DC to the easiest DC. Does it say what you are checking against? Because I don't think I've ever asked that. Like, what the DC would be. Are you considered unspecific lore, or just a recall knowledge check?
It's called select a creature you can. So the rules are this. So select a creature you can see, and attempt an esoteric lore check against a standard DC for its level.
Oh, okay.
As I retrieve, or I at least attempt to try and retrieve the right object from my esoterica, and use my implement to empower it.
That does not help.
Yeah, I figured.
I think because it's a catch-all lore, you would probably treat it as a
Unspecific?
lore, but as an unspecific one because
Yeah.
it can do everything.
I thought it was considered recalling knowledge for that class, because that's recalling knowledge is a different DC than unspecific lore.
So I have, because we haven't necessarily.
I don't want to
about
fuck you
very
over on the
much,
DC. That is why I'm asking.
I have,
Because they are vastly different.
Yeah, I also have the diverse lore. So then,
That's a feat?
yes, it's a thaumaturge feat. I can take a -2 penalty to my check to recall knowledge with esoteric lore to recall knowledge about any topic, not just the usual topics.
So I'm
additionally, when I
gonna say it's
succeed-
recall knowledge then, because that
Yeah.
makes the most sense. And this is a catch-all class ability, so if it just covered all lore, that would be kind of broken. But having knowledge is more like I saw it in a book, I looked at it somewhere. I'm that kind of mentality, because you've talked about the journal you have and stuff.
Yeah,
So what was your total then?
I got 24.
You have zero knowledge. So much so on this, it is beyond anything you've read about. First time, I think, ever for Maria to not know what something is.
So then I failed.
You critically failed.
With the 24, I critically failed.
Critically failed. On knowledge for this beast.
All right.
That is what I will. You've never read anything about this creature. One of a kind is the word that I would use to describe what it is. Now, if you were to get some knowledge from Allie's character, or you were to make a different lore, I'd be definitely willing to lower the DC. But that is the DC of these creatures in general, and it is because it's considered a rare creature that the DC is high. That adds to the DC.
If you want to put it into perspective for like how lore's like recalling knowledge works, if you're seeing what as a player as a vampire, you want to do a recall knowledge, that would be rolling religion to identify this creature. An unspecified lore would be undead lore to
Correct.
identify that creature, and then a specific lore would be vampire.
I know
lore
vampires.
to identify the creature.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So
Belmont
that's
would
kinda how
have
it would play
vampire
out.
lore.
Belmont.
So, with that, looking over this thing, there's no discerned weakness. It doesn't seem to be affected directly by fire. It doesn't seem to be directly affected by cold, because it has fire burning on it. Even the polarizing elements you would use, nothing really comes to play. I'm just going to go kind of one action with everybody and go through this. Burke, Maria, do you have your whip out? Is it at the ready, just for purpose of what it looks like? Or you flip it through a book?
I become off balance until the beginning of my next turn. So.
Okay. Well, it's not going to really affect you too much then. But do you have a book out or a whip out right now?
I've got my whip out because that's my implement.
Cool. Burke, anything you want to do? They're just kind of staring at each other, close to each other, like breath out of its mouth is hitting her face.
The time in the Never Never, Burke's physical body was enhanced due to the weird magical energies there, but his brain kind of went a little foggy. So his skills are not as great as they used to be, or they could be yet. So that's why he tries to help people out, because it's easier than rolling to actually figure things out himself. So I'm kind of worried that he'd probably be on alert and looking around in case this guy has friends lurking about.
You did see a bunch of eyes in the tree line, but it's quite some distance from here.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna try to, if you want to go like exploration lingo, I want to be looking out, whatever it's called. It's,
so spotting for dangers and things like that.
Spotting, yeah.
So perception,
Scouting, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
Give me. You're actively doing it. Give me an active perception roll.
That's a natural 20. Thank you, Pixel Dice.
Hey, that was rolling horrible for you last session.
It was. It really was. It's 26.
26. Looking over what's going on, while they are in trance, the one thing you do notice is that George's eyes are on the lantern and not on the creature.
Lantern. Okay. Weird.
George, I'm skipping you for the next one and going to go to Regtor, just so you know.
I would want to quietly communicate that to Maria just to make aware of that as well.
I would say the three of you that are back easily, because you were all at a campsite with Wilcuff and Jorgen, you could easily tell all of them if you want. That's up to you.
Okay, that'd be like, is she looking at the lantern? She's not looking at the thing. She's looking at the lantern.
Wilcuff goes, look, do you want me to creep my hand through the snow and yank her back to us?
Yeah.
Are we ready to
Is
run
this
if
the
that
thing she
happens?
was supposed to meet, though? What if this is all fine for her?
I'll tell you what. I'll leave it there in hiding.
Does that look fucking fine to you?
No. That's what Wilcuff goes. Jorgen
I've
goes,
seen a lot of weird shit in the last couple of weeks.
Audience-
I don't know anymore.
can I get a
This is
D20
the
roll?
worst fucking thing we've seen yet.
That is true.
It just popped out of a dead thing's head.
That's
I
true,
didn't
too.
see that.
That is true, too. It is that maybe
You
the
got me
worst
there.
thing. Oh, my God. Audience, give me a D20 roll. Oh, man, we got some good cards getting played. Regdur, is there anything you would like to do? As Wilcuff kind of crouches down and he detaches his arm and like starts to send that ghostial version with the little strings to it out through the snow.
Yeah, I'm going to take 3 actions and set it.
We're not. Well, you can just set a trap. You don't have to tell me how many actions it is. We're in exploration. I'm fine with it just kind of being what it is you want to do.
I set a trap, and I'm going to put it like directly between this thing and us.
Okay. How big of a square does it cover? Just 5 foot? So you'd want to lead it through? $11. Thank you.
Yes, it's a square, so it's 5 by 5.
Would you say you are starting a stratagem?
Yeah, probably.
Which stratagem would you be starting? Is this the trap and flee? Is this the deceive? The new one? Or is this the hurt? The hunt and kill?
If this thing was calling to her, I'm guessing trapping it isn't going to do much.
I don't know. It depends on how strong your trap is. I mean, you do have a Tiger Ray trap. Like, it's made from those weird moth-like creatures. It's pretty strong. Aw, thanks, Dardrew, cryptozoologist. I mean, you mark that. Don't worry, I do have another one marked. It's 2
Is this
on the
thing
pie.
large size or is it medium size?
It is. I think it's just considered large. It is considered large. Had to
Okay,
look.
then I would probably use the snaring cocoon then.
Okay.
Because it can affect up to large creatures.
Okay. So, are you starting a stratagem? Only reason I'm asking is because I'll start marking victory points. You know what I mean?
Right.
And for those who don't know, we have a couple stratagems. I'll pull it up on screen so people can see it. Because I don't think we've talked about our tactics and stratagems that much, but the players do use it a lot. I only have 2 in here, but capture and kill are 2 separate stratagems. They just have the same difficulties of 4, 8, 12. Their new one is the Deceiver's Trap, which is more about like deceiving the creature and either going for the killing blow or using actions to get away with it, because they can use the crits for even knowledge checks and things along those lines.
I'm gonna get. I have no knowledge of this creature. I just know that it's attempting to do something with my sister with this lantern. That's
Yeah, I
all
don't.
see.
Is it fair to say, Georgia, this is probably not a creature you ever talked about, especially since you didn't even tell your brother you have a fucking kid?
I also that.
No.
Yeah, okay. Just making sure. Just wanted to make sure that line was clear. So you're setting a trap. All right, trap set. I'm just gonna mark you set a trap, and you're not starting a trap stratagem.
I'm gonna go capture, I guess.
You are gonna go
That's
capture?
Kind of what we've. Yeah, because that's what we've been doing for
Okay.
most of the stuff, because we can get more out of it.
If you switch stratagem, just so you know, the victory points reset. You can switch them at some point in time, but it just does reset the total. So 4, 8, 12 is what we're looking at right now. And then can you just give me a craft roll, and I'll put that towards your points, Drew, just to see how well you set it?
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
He's not in this game.
First patch.
All right. I mean, oh man.
Oh,
Rolled a 10, so 17.
17. Okay. So 1. All right. With that, I will go back to Georgia. Georgia, you succeeded. You're not under its control. You know you probably cannot do something like that successfully again. It took all your willpower to shove this thing out of your head. When you do, it finally says something in a whisper. Its mouth moves, and you hear it a few moments later from like the sides of you and behind you, like surround sound being off, like not correctly aligned. And it kind of echoes from side to side. In Dwarven, it would say, "Your child wishes to speak with you. I wish you no harm. You have done your part as a Circle of Pine."
My child, is he not where I left him?
Oh, he still trains just like all the other children do, but they belong to me.
Yes,
and in the candle, you can
familiar.
see a finger in the center of the candle as a wick, as the wax is kind of burning down around it.
I'm familiar with your ways. This is not my accent either.
I just assume your character's a compulsive liar at this point, so.
Look, I'll be better by season two. Okay?
Season 2. In June, let me tell you what.
I tried to mix like Icelandic with Scottish, and it came out as Midwestern, and I tried to overcorrect, and it's a whole thing.
Hey, look,
Okay.
the area you've been traveling in is very Midwestern seasonally. Spring to winter to spring? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So Georgia's gonna kind of like put her hands out and just say, I am familiar with your ways. I apologize for any initial hostility or fear. And Georgia's gonna kind of take a knee.
Okay.
And
You
she's
feel
going
something
to
grab the back of your foot. Like around the
I
ankle.
hate that. Okay, I'm not going to acknowledge it.
Okay.
And Georgia is going to motion to the others, like,
To kneel?
bow. Yeah, it's okay.
He goes,
Like-
they don't follow me. I don't wish for any of their children. I don't need to kneel. You don't either. Stand up.
Georgia stands up.
There's nothing here other than I need a service.
Absolutely. What service do you require?
The circle that I left told me that Travenor Outpost has seen the traveling home. Is that correct?
I wish I could say otherwise, but yes, that is correct.
I've told that you have been in and out of the home more than once.
Unfortunately, also correct.
Then you know my home. I wish to bring my child from within.
And Georgia just kind of like closes her eyes and lets out a slow exhale. She says, I appreciate you tasking us with such an important matter.
This is not a task, it is an offer.
Oh,
You feel a tug on your foot.
all right. Where is the tug? So I'm facing.
It feels
him
like a
right now,
hand.
correct?
It's around your ankle in the snow that is building up. You feel a tug.
Okay, I am not going to acknowledge it.
Okay.
Um,
Would you be willing to go
No.
back into the home to retrieve my child in trade for your own?
my own.
Yes. And its voice changes and it speaks, and behind the echo in a mix of Dwarven and, correct me if I'm wrong, but the dad is Elven, correct? There is an Elven accent in the Dwarven. And you hear Tillion's voice. Mother, I know we don't speak much, but I would love to be done of service with this cryptid.
Is his training not complete?
Oh, his training has been complete some time ago. He is a druid of the Circle of Pine. He just, when called, works for me, and he has not been back to the Circle. We have been seeking the house.
Understood.
If you need to speak to your and it tilts its head, and all the like lights flicker, and the candles go out, and it appears behind your party. Now, I will tell the rest of the party, you don't see anything behind you at all. It's still in front of her. If your friends here, as it puts its hands out wide, your companions would agree to assist, I think this could go quite well. I'll give you a moment to speak to them. And it fades out of existence. And the rest of you, the blizzard starts to pick up heavily, enough to obscure her 100 foot in front of you. Will Cuff looks to the group and goes, "Pull?"
Hey.
And he yanks. Your face smashes against the ground, and you get dragged through the snow at like 30 foot in action as he's like pulling you back to the group. You arrive. Whatever you were speaking with when you look back isn't there. There's no eyes as the blizzard begins to die down. Will Cuff goes, "Girl, what the fuck were you doing?" As he's shaking your head and he detaches his hand from your leg.
So I think that you all would notice that, like, Georgia is generally pretty agreeable or very loud if she's complaining. But for the most part, she's not necessarily like the serious type, but she does look much more resolute than she normally would, even when it comes to rescuing wolves, as she says. Will Cuff, I think we're going to have an opportunity to reunite you with your body, if you would like.
I mean, I don't really know what that means. No. No.
What are you saying?
She's saying we want to go back to the house. That's what she's fucking saying right now.
No, we don't. What? Why? No, never. No. Why? Why would we ever want to do that?
Because I left something very important there.
What?
No, you
We'll
didn't.
get you
We're all
another
here,
one.
aside from his body.
No.
Well, and you said you left a friend in there too. That's it.
Well, right, but we've been trying to find him this whole time.
No, not that one.
And
The other
apparently-
one.
What other?
Clive.
The one. The Clive. The man with the guns you said.
Yes, Clive.
Well, right, yeah, Clive. He.
Look, I think we've had about enough
We all know
time
Clive's gone.
being... Yes. No, we don't know that for sure. Look at Will Cuff.
I feel
He was in...
distant.
Look at him.
So why do you want to go back in there?
Yeah, that's a better
There's
question.
There's nothing there
Look.
for us.
It's going to be a little bit of a long story. If we can just get back to the outpost, I can lay all my cards on the table, but I would not be asking this of you if I didn't think it would be very worthwhile.
This sounds like a horrible idea.
Georgia, what are you not telling us? He knows
Again,
this.
Like
he
what?
knows
Like
when
did the
his sister
entire
is beating around
did
the
the
bush.
entire circle that we're concerned about? Did they just like end up in the darkest house and they're having a party or something? Like what's going on?
Dude, if that... Hey, everybody, would you like to come to my party tonight? The invite is
Well, like,
one way only.
Maria's being kind of sarcastic. 'Cause
I know,
It's like, okay,
I
we're gonna
know.
go. Okay, we gotta meet this thing. Okay, the circle of pines like in danger or whatever. And I'm like, unless the entire circle ended up in that house somehow, like we already know that the sisters, the mayors, can go in and out. And if like they go in and out and they're powerful spellcasters and they had to sacrifice something to escape,
We've escaped twice. I think if anyone has
all
some
of
decent
you have
odds...
escaped.
'Cause the-
All of you
yeah.
have escaped twice, except for Wilcuff and myself.
That is true.
That is true.
Yeah, and it was
We...
shitty to begin with both times.
And I mean, no offense, Regder. I mean, apparently you're popping out of brains.
Yeah,
George
That's
that to
related to
deal
the
with.
house.
goes,
Still need to
he
talk
did do
about
that. I did see that happen. Did
I'm
see
not.
it.
I'm not saying you're lying, Wilcuff. I'm just.
No, that was the goat.
Oh, that was the go. I'm like, I'm not saying you guys are lying. Like, I get
Listen,
it.
Look, I'm not saying any of you are lying. I actually believe it. I just didn't see it because, well, it was apparently my arm sprouting from his brain or whatever. So,
And we're going to be talking about that a little more later, too.
That's great. Why don't we stay on topic and talk about whatever the fuck you're not saying right now?
Look, we have been tasked by essentially destiny itself. We've been made an offer to go retrieve something of value for him.
Oh, so it's not something of yours.
I do not take this offer lightly. This is a great honor.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Because Maria's like starting to like not put stuff together, but like trying to piece stuff together because of her past. She's like, so let me get this straight. So some sort of cryptid or Fey influence or whatever. I was assuming Fey because of the onset of winter so suddenly.
Right.
They were telling you telepathically that they were looking for their missing child, and you went to go talk to them. Apparently, because you were trapped in some sort of like silent communication, and now, like, are we getting their child? Because you said it was something of importance to you.
It's an exchange.
Georgia, did you make a deal with this thing?
I've not made any deals yet. He gave me the respect of discussing with you all first before making any decisions, but I'll let you know right now. I'm going back in with or without the lot of you.
When this is said from where the snow is, in the middle of argument, in the distance, Georgia, you see Bahamut, which you have not seen since you were back at the outpost, and it is wandering its way towards you down the trail.
Say that one more time. I see a
Bahamut, your goat,
is
is wandering from the opposite side of the road. Not the way you came from, not from the Druid Circle, from the opposite side, in the middle of this argument. Just so you know, you can see it over the shoulder of your friends wandering back.
I whistle.
It does not.
I'm very concerned.
It looks at you and it starts looking for food, and it stays about 30 foot from you as it's just kind of wandering about eating.
What is... What in Keeper's name is Meti doing out here right now?
And it does interrupt conversation, like, on purpose. How do you spell that? M-E what?
M-E-T-T-I-E.
Done. Okay.
Georgia, look at me. What's really going on here?
So, Georgia specifically said she didn't make a deal with this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, ever. You've never made a deal with that creature.
No.
Sense mode.
Does
Yeah.
it know that?
I think
Zoom your camera out a
Georgia
touch, would you?
would...
Zoom it out.
Georgia would go ahead and, like, on stressing that, she would show all of her digits.
Do you have all of yours?
No gang sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Do
Just-
any of
just
them
throw 'em up.
look odd, like they've been regenerated or replaced, or are they your original digits?
They are my original digits.
Okay.
They are all tattooed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wilcup goes, great, you have your fingers, and he holds his up too.
Georgia,
I'll make you new fingers. Yes.
were you supposed to make a deal with this thing? Was that a deal that wasn't a deal that you didn't deal on?
Like
Like,
getting
you know,
married?
a marriage or
Wilcup says,
something.
yeah.
No.
Of course, Wilcuff goes straight to marriage.
He knows the story. He was there for that bullshit.
He was there for that.
He was there for all that bullshit. Emotional
No,
healing, serving hand says. Emotional healing.
Emotional damage.
I have never made a deal with him. However, had I'd likely be a lot more powerful than I am right now. I'd probably be wiser. I'd probably be better. But
Right.
I didn't. I didn't need to, and I didn't get to. There's not a choice
You
when he
didn't
wants to
get
make a
to.
deal. No. I did not have the opportunity to.
So, what is so important to you to go back into that feckin' house?
And Georgia is
Don't
just
lie
going
to me.
to Georgia like locks eyes, and she's going to grasp her brother's hand and kind of tug his glove off to his hand that's been fingernailing.
They have grown back a little bit, but he has been trimming.
Okay.
Because he did tell me,
and
file and trim.
I'm going to
Washing and
hold
scrubbing,
that hand in my own ungloved hand and lock eyes and just say, I trust you. Do you trust me? If
Aye.
this were not important, I would not be asking.
I believe you. I just want to know what it is we're walking into. Do you not know? Because I don't know what the feck this is. But you seem to have a pretty good idea of what it is we'd be going back into that house for. So
We'd be
spill
looking
it.
for a child.
Its child? I thought we
Yes.
already had it here. That was what it was saying, wasn't it?
No, they were asking us to retrieve their child.
No, it said, bring my child here. It's with you. I remember this conversation because it didn't make any feckin' sense.
Okay, look, so technically, we're all children
No,
of destiny.
not technically. Fuck that. Tell me why we're going into this house. I have backed you on every play your entire life.
I feel like I'm arguing with Craig Ferguson.
Georgia is going to kind of pull Rector closer and
He
just
doesn't
kind of
move.
I mean,
If
she's
you
pulling
try to do
herself
that, you
up.
pull
Let's be
yourself
real.
into him. That's what happens.
That's basically I'm doing pull-ups with one arm. And she's just going to say quietly in his ear, when I left originally, it was not without reason. Okay,
Yeah.
I was with a child, and this is the only way.
What?
I will explain all of it later.
Did you have the wee thing?
So anyway, Burke, that's the team's goat. And because I'm
You have
like
a
just gonna let
mascot?
them, I'm just gonna let them like hash it out. Like I think George has already made a deal with this
Holy
thing and doesn't
fuck.
even realize it.
God.
That was amazing.
That's
Okay, all right.
that's the team goat. Meddy's been missing for a while. Last time I saw them, it was us trying to get through the wreckage of the crashed ship.
Correct. Hero point for Maria.
Oh, I
And
remember
since
that.
then, they
I didn't
kind of
realize that
just
was your goal.
yeah, they just like I was trying because remember I was trying to invoke the power of the court to like make our way up more steadily, and I couldn't afford to bring Meddy along, so we were thinking maybe it survived. I don't know, or like Georgia or Edgar like had some animal connection or husbandry or something. So the fact that it came from opposite direction and is just sitting here chilling is a little concerning, actually. But I just wanted to point that out while the siblings are having a
Fucking
another family
going at it.
discussion.
He has not
This is-
noticed the goat at all yet.
And Will Cuff has been deciphering anything they're saying in Dwarven and whispering it to Burke and Maria, like standing next to you, going, "All right, here's what they're arguing about," and like giving you the lowdown because they're fucking throwing down. Like I'm even gonna move the people accordingly, so that
We'll come
there you
with the
go.
Dish.
And he's here. He's always a little. He kind of stays a little bit away from the group to make himself look more real, because distance helps.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 30 feet
Yeah,
on
and
stage.
you-
Nobody will see it.
That's truthful. Smoke and mirrors, man. That's why magicians are good. Distance.
Yes.
Uncle.
Yes. And look, have you not noticed how this... I will tell you more about this later. Have you not noticed how the snow has been piling up around us? Have you not noticed the ether storms? They've been watching us for a while, and we have deemed ourselves worthy.
Fantastic. Great. That's
Wilcoff goes, correction, am I out of this circle? Was it you who deemed yourselves worthy?
I'm sorry. You think that the sign of the ether, like this is when Maria speaks up, like you think the storm's following us means that you've been proven worthy.
Yeah.
The Winter Court is
Worthy
very
of-
unforgiving.
Worthy of what?
We can discuss that
Hell on ETHUANTIA.
as well.
Well, Wilcuff goes, wow, this is a very gripping discussion. We have 4 days left to get back to the
No
outpost.
piling up. Yeah, we need to leave this place. If we're not being kept here, let's go.
And Wilcuff
And,
goes,
we already
do you want me to
have
lead
a,
back so you two can continue your arguments behind us?
Nope. No, I'm done arguing for right now. I need to
It's 4
focus on
days.
something else.
All right, well then I'll come with you. And Jorgoat walks up and goes, me too. And you hear the grinding of teeth again.
If he's assisting me, I rolled a 28 for survival.
Jorgoat gives you a +2 when he's assisting people that he
30.
considers family.
Aww.
Does he have any kids?
He is one. He is one.
Technically speaking, there's some child's teeth inside of this fucking thing.
Yeah.
This stretch arm motherfucker. So he will assist you, +2. Would you like to use a survival one as well to get another +2 because you are traveling through snow, which does make it difficult.
Sure. Yeah, we'll go 32.
We'll use Star True's 32. That's a really good roll. Critical success, as a matter of fact. I'll even say you cut a day off the time. On traveling through the 4 days that are left, cutting it down to 3, you find a shortcut going through this place. And you do, once again, pass by the tree that goes up, over the hole into what you believe to be an area into the unnamed clan's old dwarven domain. Deep, deep into the below. And you are at that point, and once in a while you do catch wolf and the cubs in the distance, the winter wolves that you found out of sight. And Medi does follow, but Medi never approaches more than 30 feet from the group. They don't look weird. They look just like they did. They look like they're nourished pretty well. They're not like skin and bones. They've ate. You don't see any growths out of them or anything like that. So the worry of that kind of thing, unless you get in close, there's no way to inspect that.
As we're traveling and we come to that point, I'm going to be like, so Wilcuff, that cave right there, that's where I think the passage to where you're talking about.
While I would normally argue with you to say that that is what we should be doing right now to get help and assistance, I think that getting back to the outpost is more important. But if we could...
No, I do as well. But I wanted to point
pause
out here because I told you I would.
If we could pause here for a minute, I would like to mark the site so that I can come back to it. If you could give me like 10 minutes.
I think we can do that. Yeah. Is the snow following us? Like,
No,
is it
once you
still
get
really
about
heavy?
a quarter mile away from there, the snow stops. And it's spring again.
Okay, cool. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if we need 10 minutes, I'll absolutely let him do that.
So when you take those 10 minutes to kind of let him do stuff, you see him do what he did before. He takes his glove off, he pushes some grass aside, and he draws on the wall next to the cave entrance and holds his hand to it, says in Dwarven some old ancient magic. You see lines kind of form through the cracks of the rock. There's a spark of a glyph that's visible to everybody, and then it fades away. When we travel, if we need to find it, I can call upon this ritual to give us the direction if we get lost.
Pretty cool.
And he puts his glove back on because he's wood and it looks fucking weird with skin kind of like moving on it when he touches stuff weird, like an oversized glove. And he's like, all right, I'm ready if you all are. And then unless anybody want to do something those 10 minutes while he's fucking around.
During that 10 minutes, is Medi is still keeping distance?
Always 30 foot or more away. Sometimes you see it on a cliff edge in front of you, like it's got ahead of you because, you know, it's a fucking mountain goat. Sometimes it's behind you. Sometimes it's eating grass. Sometimes it's eating fruit off a tree. I will say it's 4 days of travel. 3 have gone by. You've camped each time, which means you could have done some general work during that time. But it does mean you need food during those time frames if you don't have food.
Yeah.
You said we shaved the day off because it was.
It was 4.
It's
It's
3,
3
right?
in total. Yeah, you're on the last day going in.
I think that. Oh,
So
sorry.
second
go
day,
ahead.
I should say. You're the second day. Tomorrow you will be there.
Okay.
I think that. Oh, sorry.
Nope. Go ahead.
Every night Georgia would have lit a candle and left it on the outskirts of camp.
How far out?
About 3 meters.
That's not very far. That means that your
Yeah.
party can see.
I mean, like from the no, that would be fine.
Okay. Then I will say every time you finally close your eyes to fall asleep, you see that Medi will come close, go back into the shadows, and then back into the periphery of your dark vision, you see the Wendigo every time before you go to sleep. Like it is following you. And the next morning, that candle is replaced with a single bag with food in it.
Okay.
Do you open the bags, though, is my question.
I think Georgia would, assuming that it would be something for the journey
Every time,
into the house.
there is a finger in the bag. And around that finger is like fruits and berries from the area.
Okay.
Just like
Um,
presenting it like the fruits and berries are just packing peanuts. And the finger
Right.
is laying on top of it.
I think Georgia would put them in their own pouch and keep them.
Okay. So you have 2 so far.
Okay.
Hey, 3 more, we can replace my digits.
I don't know. Sure. Yeah, okay.
I rolled a 20 for survival to find food while we're here.
Then I would say for those 2 days of travel, you easily could have found food that you can cook and have for everybody. That's absolutely fine. I'll use a survival card to make sure you get that extra thing of food for everybody. He marks that during that second day going to the third. Do you set up camp near this place, or do you go up on the ledge and set camp kind of somewhere safe? Do you camp in that cave with the wolves, or do you push on into night and then set up camp? How do you...
If the
How do you
the
guys-
wolves are still in there, I don't want to.
You have seen them about.
our home because, well, right. I don't know if they're still living in there though or not.
They don't stalk you, but they do follow you when you get within what they consider kind of their hunting grounds. They do follow you, and at night you do see them go up that wooden log back into the cave.
Okay, then yeah, we'll. If it's spring and like, it's not detrimental to us, probably just sleep in the clearing near it.
Okay. So as that happens, and you sleep somewhere else, that last night before you head out, you gather the bag in the morning. Nothing happens. For the first time in a long time, you do that first one where you go through all your watch cycles, and everyone's worried, kind of like, okay, we have to have our watch cycles. Things have attacked us during our camp nights. Nothing happens. And then that second night, you would notice that candle burning, and that's up to Georgia if she explains it. She does odd things frequently that has to do with her, or odd to all of you, that have to do with her, druidic training. She lights another one, but that second day you notice as a group that she brings a bag back. And then you break camp for that third day, and by the end of tonight, you should be back at the outpost. Now, with all this stuff that Georgia's kind of been vague about or has brought up that she hasn't talked about, I don't want to say lying. Not telling someone you have a kid isn't lying. That's just not letting people know you have a child. Keeping of your brother, that's shitty. But the rest of the party, they don't need to know. Is there any questions anyone has as she's grabbing these bags every morning?
So
what's that?
what I wanted to do
Yeah, go ahead, Maria.
is at night
Mhm.
when Medi is kind of coming back and forth.
Mm-hmm.
At any time where it might seem like Medi is like coming a little bit closer than that 30-foot radius, I
Never.
would use my art. Never. Okay.
Not.
never mind
It's
then.
like it knows the exact distance to stay in the outskirts. It's always outside of just like on the cusp and edge of light. Like if you have dark vision or low light, you can still see it, but it is keeping itself just outside of the well-lit
Oh.
areas that you have.
I wasn't trying to see it in the well-lit area.
I'm just saying in general, it doesn't come in.
yeah.
And if you move towards it, it will move away.
Okay, so exactly 30 feet, like even
It
if
tries to
you get
keep it.
closer?
Yep, correct.
All right, never mind. I was gonna try and use detect magic on it.
You can, if you would like to sneak up and do it, I would allow. If it's that
I
important to
can-
you.
I can try, just because like we don't know how it survived. We don't actually know if it's Medi.
All of
It's
that is
staying-
very true.
It's staying like kind of far away from us, like
Yeah,
exactly 30
yeah.
feet, which is weird.
Also, yes. Only things that can do stuff like that is usually if you have a spell up, or if you are like hyper trained in distance.
And I
But-
don't remember Medi being like that, so
It's true. It was very friendly. Always walked over to people, nuzzled people during travel. Medi was extremely like kind of the group's companion, especially in the earlier
Yeah.
stages.
My sneak is not great, but I will give it a shot.
Mm-hmm.
I will use my hero point from earlier.
Okay, yeah. And I marked a free next to it, so we know it's not a patch one.
That's better. That is a 19,
Okay.
which is actually really good for me.
You get it while it's laying down. It's not asleep. It's just eating grass. You get within about 20 foot of it.
Okay.
And then it starts to kind of look around.
That's when I would start focusing my arcane sense
Okay?
to detect magic. I send out a pulse of magic that registers. I send out a pulse that registers the presence of magic. I receive no information beyond the presence or absence of magic.
Okay.
So,
So there is a flicker. Its ears move. Its head moves and kind of looks where the pulse comes from. And you see there is a notch on one of its horns that glow. Nothing else on it does.
okay.
Like a small carved notch.
Okay.
Can you give me an Arcana check?
Mm-hmm. That's going to be... Let's see. Yeah. Right. That's an 18.
It seems to be some form of primal magic, is what I would say. And it has a faint blue glow to it. It doesn't look like something from one of the courts, like court magic, because you can usually decide if it's like a fey or a never magic by doing this. But it does have a blue glow to it. And it is like a frosty color, like a frost blue. I don't think I can tell you much more than that with Tech Magic because they've changed how it works so much.
Yeah.
Just that it's primal and that it is a... I guess, don't you get the level... Or, sorry, the rank of the spell? Is it
Not-
rank now? Is that what it's called?
Not yet. If I were to eventually get to the point where I can cast it at 3rd level, then
Okay.
yeah, but not
So
right now.
that's what you know. It does not look like the magical auras from the creatures, though. So when things were affected by the now that you know Gullfox filth, it does not look like that.
Okay.
So that worry doesn't need to be there at all.
All right, so then, like, because I didn't want to really mess with Medi, especially if they're if they're still kind of friendly or whatever. So when I go back, it's actually not accusatory, but I asked Georgia, "Did you like do anything to Medi's horns?"
Not besides the regular cleaning.
Okay, because I noticed that there's a notch on one of its horns when I used my arcane sense. It's some sort of primal magic with a faint frosty blue glow. I'm not really, that's all I could really tell. I'm not really the best at it, but with the primal
not
magic, I thought maybe you did something as a druid.
I'm not particularly surprised, though, making their way all the way out here. He would have had to really probably go through some things, but...
I mean, mountain
should-
goats just survive, though. Like, they're fucking... They
Yeah.
eat everything. Like, if it fits in their mouth, they are Kirby of the animal world.
It's more the fact that it's staying 30 feet almost exactly.
Like if you count your
From
paces
anything.
back, Maria, it is 100%. It knows
Yeah.
the distance.
Yeah, I say it. Medi knows the distance. Like Medi knows, like 30 feet is its invisible anti-fence or whatever. Like it's not going to cross that. Like,
The
I had
pet
to sneak
fence?
up on Medi.
The electrical pet fence?
It's the anti-pet
The
fence.
invisible fence.
Yeah.
Right? It's true. It's true. You're not
Like
wrong.
I had
Also,
to,
that-
I had to sneak up
that
on
goat-
Medi to get within 20 feet of it, and as soon as she noticed me, like she went back exactly 30 feet.
Yeah, and it's a little strange that it tracked us from how knows how long from where, like a homing missile, and then once it got here, it's hanging back. What's...
Yeah, and it
I'm
found you in a
suspicious.
spot where you've not passed before. That's probably the most
Yeah.
like identifyingly odd thing. It's not like you were where the wolves were. It was there before. It's not like it was near the airship that crashed where it has been numerous times. It's not like it was any of those spaces. This is a new fucking spot.
I'm a little suspicious of all goats after the crash site experience.
Yeah.
And Jorgo goes, me too.
Oh, buddy.
And I do say I didn't notice any of the auras that we noticed from creatures touched by Golthok. So we have that in our favor, at least
That's good.
for the time being. But
I will say that I think that Medi might be here on business.
Is
Essentially.
Golthok bad? Jorgo asks. That's what Jorgo would ask. Is Golthok bad? I want to show everybody what he looks like. I need to get a version of him equipped because I don't have him armored up yet. I just have the original Galafel picture for these fucking creepy bastards.
the representations of Golthok that we've run into have all been
Not great.
Yeah.
bad.
I wouldn't describe him as benevolent.
He's bad.
Or like
Bad.
violent.
Bad. So, not part of herd.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely no.
Because some of you smell like him.
Oh.
Now, her
Who?
nods to Maria, smells like him, and then he smells like them very, very bad, but in a rotted way. And he nods to Regtor. Smell.
I'm gonna
of them.
assume he means Maria's whip. I'm not gonna worry about Maria,
Okay.
but Regtor.
Stink.
I smell
Great stink.
stink.
Very stinky.
Well, I haven't bathed in a bit, so that kind of makes sense.
Now he keeps his distance, but this time he walks in and like his neck stretches that extra like 5 inches that are unnecessary, and he sniffs up you, and he goes, "All of you, except for the hand, all of you."
Don't like that.
I call him Johan. So, Johan, is it because of this? And I show my whip with the gibbering mouther parts.
No. Other hand.
My other hand?
That one. And he points
Oh,
to the
the
one
one-
that they marked.
With the dirt?
Yeah.
Is the dirt still on there?
No. Oh, that's all washed off by now, I would assume.
Yeah.
I mean, between the water and everything else, there's no mark left there. Smells not as bad. His whole body smells of it.
I will use Arcane Sense on my hand.
It
Because
glows.
it's not going to move 30 foot away.
It does glow.
Okay. Does the
I'm
glow
assuming
go
your
in
hands are
gloves?
usually gloved.
Yeah, they're usually gloved, yes.
So when you take it off, yes, it glows, and the symbol is there.
Okay. Does the glow go any further?
No, it's just kind of like a faint glow just on the symbol on your hand, which is the Golthok symbol.
Okay.
If you look at Regtor, he glows.
Yeah.
His hand with the fingernails has no magical aura.
Okay.
But the rest of them has that faint, and it's like, it looks like if you could see a steaming pile of shit, like those fucking waves that you would draw, like that heat on blacktop, that's kind of what emanates from them. And it's like a
Magical
sickly
steam
yellow
lines.
green. Yeah, it's like a sickly yellow green.
Well,
Okay.
actually, I mean, this makes sense because we already found out I'm cursed, right? So that's probably what it is. At least I hope that's what it is.
I mean,
I'll smell myself. Like, do I stink at all? Like,
Yeah, you
Like
do
anything
smell
I
a little
would-
bit more than you normally do.
is it like my stink? Like it's been a couple days.
No,
and I
now
haven't,
that you're
like-
smelling yourself, it is not. It's like your skin smells. Not like your clothes, like the sweat of like traveling in the fucking outdoors for a week on end. No, it is the skin itself.
someone sprayed garlic butter.
Like you were in the inside of
Stuff on
some of the devoted, maybe at some point in time,
Yeah.
maybe a little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. So
You
Yeah,
need a
after-
bath.
I do. Yeah. That's.
Wilcox goes, I don't have a sense of smell.
I made a wood
Consider
man.
yourself.
Okay. Well, now that that is a long conversation about as he walks back from like doing the shit he was doing, are we ready to continue back home?
I guess. Yeah. Let's go.
So the next day, you walk by the airship. All the fire is out. There's nothing burning. The holes in the ground are now evident from where things have impacted because it's the first time the snow has actually been gone for all of you. They have reclaimed a lot of the ship. They have been taken apart, and there are workers there right now, still taking it apart. Because if you remember, you all hired a group with I almost said Prith. Wrong person.
Nope.
Wrong person. With your carpenter to take this thing apart. And two of the hunters stayed behind to do that as well because they were kind of trusted in the area. They're known for doing avian stuff and studying birds and whatnot. And they decided to stay behind. And they're getting paid to do this. And as you're approaching, the large Mo Rung kind of waves to the group. And when he waves from behind the ship, where they're taking it apart, Medi walks right behind him, sniffs him, bumps him, and then continues walking. And then to the south of you, about 30 foot, Medi shows up in opposite directions.
So not actually Medi. The real Medi is.
Been at
Here.
camp.
All right.
Well, shit.
oh, I told you I wasn't great.
Brooke's
At...
never gonna trust a goat ever again.
And they're all over the place. They're the common pack animal out here.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome to the thing still existing.
It'd be like walking through or traveling through Wisconsin and just like being suspicious of every cow.
Yes.
Right. Cow's on my
They're
side.
just everywhere. There's nothing you can
Yeah.
do.
There's nothing you can do. Nothing you can fucking do.
Has Manny been with you the whole time?
What was that? Sorry.
The goat.
You can start. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's been helping us tow things back. By the way, this goat is way stronger than I expected to be. Carpentry's
no,
underway. We've been.
That's Medi for you.
We gathered a bunch of the material left behind, like we had discussed. We're filling up the new barn that I'm building to store all these in, the workshop that'll be attached. It's been pretty fruitful. You guys have been gone for longer than you said you're going to be gone.
Yeah, it got a little hairy.
Now, I want to point out, none of you ever shot a flare-up, so eventually the ship from the Erie Echo... Wait, is that the right one? Yeah, Erie Echo, that's the right word, right? Left.
Yeah.
He
I
basically
mean,
went, they're dead. And
You
left.
could send word.
Fair assumption.
You could use the Ethergraph to send a message back to Merrifield and let him know. Because he was paid in full. He doesn't give a shit. He goes, yeah, we've been doing all this. It's been good. The mayor has been coming and going pretty frequently now that it's warm out. She's made her way back to the city once and has come back in this time. Y'all have been gone for like 5 weeks.
Wait, what?
5 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, just about. I thought you guys were only going to be gone for like 14 days.
Yeah, we've
Yeah, we've only been.
only been gone for
It was 2 days there by airship. Probably 1 day of camping and then another 3 days home, according to
Yeah.
all of you.
I'm like, according to my
Well,
sense of time, we've
Yeah, it's been like, how long has it
Like
been
we
since
said-
we started this project? And you look at the ship, they have made damage. Like, they have, the first half of that ship is taken apart.
we've been gone for like a little over a week.
4 weeks and 3 days. And he kind of looks at the other guy who's like holding up his hand and he puts a 3 up afterwards.
Eric,
Yes?
at any point, Regner starts thinking back with this information.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
At any point, does he remember going into that fucking house again on this trip?
That would be a intelligence, so a knowledge check, I guess. Recall knowledge or lore. I would allow lore as well.
It's
Ignore that part. I'm
Okay.
gonna ask, at least for right now, I'm gonna ask Johan if either of the goats smell of the same odor that Regner and I smell of.
Asking who? Johan?
Yeah. Our goat bud.
No, he says if the goat. Which goat?
So I ask him like, so
He's like, I don't smell. Immediately, like defensively, like a human.
oh
would.
no. No, I mean the one that's been following us, and then
Oh, I got
the
close to that
twin.
thing at night. It does not smell. No, not like that. He smelled like wax.
wax.
Yes, wax
Okay.
and fur and dried leather.
Oh, okay. That's good information to have.
I didn't know that was important. I'm sorry.
No.
Am I a bad companion?
Yeah, you didn't know. None of us knew. We're all doing our best right now.
Yes, best.
The best. So, I have a favor to ask, and you can say no if you don't want to do it.
Okay.
Because your sense of smell is so much better than mine.
Very good. Yes.
What about the goat that is with this group? Can you possibly see if they smell like Regner or me?
I already did. I told you. He smells like leather and candles and.
No, I mean the one that's by the group that's taking the ship apart.
Oh, the one towing the sled.
Yes.
Hold on. And he like begins to go down on all fours and looks around and realizes like these people have no fucking idea.
Yeah.
And
I'm
he
just
stands
like,
upright and he like pushes the teeth back together inside the skin sack
kinda
and
like try and body
waddles
block a little
over to
bit.
it like this.
I body block while he puts himself back together.
And he kind of gets the walk down and he starts walking normal. And he walks over to go find that out. But your carpenter, he's like, so everything's been going great. We fixed everything. We've taken a lot of this apart. The roof is repaired. No more leak. I will say, the kids, the little ones, the spirit kid and the creepy doll girl, they have been playing in the
right.
basement a lot with the mayor.
That doesn't surprise
Now.
me.
It's not my job to tell those children what to do. Besides, get the fuck out of the workshop. That's the only thing I ever say. But they have been speaking to that mayor a lot.
This is fine.
Just want to give you the information. I don't know anything from here nor there. The moth house has been doing really well.
Good.
We've repaired a lot of the rooms. We rebuilt the stuff that you had asked for. All that is set up. Other than that, everything's been great. I got to get back to telling the guys what's up, but I'll have dinner ready tonight. It's great that you're back. We'll do a big feast tonight. We caught some of the local wildlife. We have, don't worry, no bear, is what he says.
Good.
No
Good,
bears. But we do have some like local fowl. These people are amazing bird hunters. I have not. Like, it is wild. They almost land on their hands and ask to be taken in. It's, wait till you see it.
So,
It's insane.
George is gonna kind of like elbow Redger a little bit and just go, "Yeah, sounds like foul play."
So
Don't push your luck.
so that you while you've been working here, I'm sorry that we were gone so long, but while we were gone,
Makes us look like we did more.
true. You didn't run into anything weird from the wreckage?
Just those fucking kids, man. And the mayor. The mayor's a little weird, but she's very nice. Just look, I just take it as she's one of the three sisters, and every time I've met people from one of the three sisters, they're all a little off.
Right, but like, you didn't run into any monsters or anything like that while you were here?
I mean, we did have a bear show up once. We ushered that off.
Okay.
We had
Just
some
'cause, like,
visitors down the lift a couple times. Other hunters going out for the spring. No, it's been pretty calm.
Okay. Just
No,
because
no
of
problems. We did move all the dead bodies that we found that were left behind. I guess the woman who did whatever foul magic she didn't get them all. We did find a few. We wrapped them up. We sent them back to that new town up on the plateau, Murrayfield. And I guess they're shipping them back to Cadra. I guess it's some huge city to the east.
Okay. Okay.
Not than that, no. Nothing. It's been calm. It's been. I'll be honest. You left and everything got good. No offense. Just correlation of time.
Right. Okay. Okay.
But hey,
Thanks
it's
for the-
great to have you back. As long as what I just said is, just happenstance. And he kind of
Right.
pat you on the shoulder hard. Turns around, I was like, all right,
Right.
boys, let's come on. Let's finish this up. We're gonna wrap it up early. We're making dinner tonight. Let's go.
Well, they're having. Sorry.
No, I was just gonna go over to, because I don't know what's going on, and unfortunately, Burke, you're the only one I really feel like I can trust right now.
How fucking weird is that now? The new guy out of nowhere, the most trustworthy.
Well, because like Burke and I have kind of like we went through it a little bit too in the house, not the house, but like the actual outpost. So I go to Burke, I'm like, so the goat that's been following us, I think might actually be like some sort of taxidermied possessed creature. Johan says that it smells like leather, which makes sense, and then wax and like almost like a dried leather.
So maybe one from the house, from the outpost, may have wandered out and followed us this whole time.
Or maybe I lower my voice, like maybe it's the mayor keeping tabs, or something else from the house keeping tabs. Or if what George just said is true, and like this thing that we're supposed to be honored to have been chosen by, if it was part of the Ether Storm, maybe it did something to one of the stuffed creatures in the house.
It's a lot of ifs.
This music
I know, but like, whatever it is, I think that the Medi that's been following us is some sort of taxidermied creature. I don't know who or why, but I mean, you saw what Raimundo was able to do, or was saying he could do, and you saw the creatures in the house.
Something
being, like,
happened to
possessed.
goats in the last 40 years.
You know, I don't remember. I'll be honest. I don't remember ghosts being like this since I arrived here. I don't
These
remember
are
them
all
being
very
this
strange animals.
I don't remember them being this strange. I'll be honest. I feel like maybe there's something in the water.
Yeah.
Maybe some growth. Maybe some goat growth hormone.
Maybe
I'm
some
not
dark
sure.
tides finally in the water out here, boys and girls. With that, I know that Regder was going to say something. Is there anything
Yeah,
else for the
sorry, I
two
didn't
of you?
mean to
No,
cut.
totally fine. We're finishing your scene. Totally good.
The other thing I say is, I know everyone's like not super thrilled with Johan. It's
Johan is wandering back at this point.
yeah. But I'm like, because Johan can smell the shapeshifter aberrations, I've asked him to take a sniff at the other Medi and see if that's something we need to try and take care of and burn right away.
Okay. All right.
So-
I mean, I'm a little wary of pretty much anybody we encounter, but he's been nothing but helpful.
Yeah, at this point, I'm a little wary about myself, but that's why I'm letting you know, like, this is what I'm trying to have.
And before we cut back to
Trying
Rick,
to Batman it.
yeah, right. Before we cut back to Regner, Johan comes back, or your goat. He comes
Your
back
goat.
and he goes, so Filth on two things.
Okay.
All right. Not on goat. Goats smell like goat.
Okay.
But there is a dwarven woman here. She smells horrible. And then there is a man in one of the tents who is a worker here who also smell very bad. They told me to get away. I think it's because I was sniffing them through the tent.
Well,
I find it safer to not let them see me. Learned that from watching other cryptids. Yes, cryptids. Always work from shadows, smell through fabrics. Do not let them see you.
that's some good rules to live by sometimes. Okay, so
He kind of like slouches a little bit back in like that beanbag standing pose.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't have a pot belly, but his spine is just bent the wrong way.
Dwarven woman.
Like those bugs from Men in Black.
Yes.
Not-
Yeah, right.
It's like mid.
Yep.
low.
Yep.
Johan, I know I've been asking a lot of you. I'm so sorry. When you were
It's okay. Companion.
companion, when you were in like sniffing these people and the dwarven woman, did they smell like Georgia or Redger at all?
Oh. He walks over to Georgia and goes, yes.
Okay. And
But
then
dead.
Right. So then I turned to
Also
The
smell
truth of-
like stale. Stale smell.
okay.
Like old food or old room. Old room. Smell like an old room. Wilcuff goes, so lavender? He's like, no, not lavender. Ah! Not lavender.
Smells like doilies and Werther's Originals.
Smells like Band-Aids.
Like Band-Aids or like a poopery?
Poopery.
Okay.
Like old, no,
Sorry.
like dust.
Poopery or popery?
Poopery.
Like the original? Or
She's
the
saying
stuff
it because
you spray in the bowl?
because it's filth. It's poopery.
Right.
No, he says it smells like a dusty old room.
Okay.
Wilcuff, his eyes, as wide as a marionette's eyes can go,
Mm-hmm.
goes, the house smells like old, stale, dry, dusty places.
Right. My concern is that the woman also smells like Golfok and death, and also potentially like our siblings.
What are we doing before we walk into this house for dinner? Is what Wilcuff asks.
While this
I-
conversation is happening,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we can cut
They're
to them
having-
having their conversation.
Oh, is it gonna be? Are you talking to your sister? Do I need to set a scene?
yeah, but it's just a quick bit.
No.
It is absolutely like
Hold on. No, that's not how this goes, buddy. Hold on a minute. No. Bats cover my work.
bat.
Oh, that's the wrong guy. He's not here tonight. There we go. He's dead. He got hit with a rock. Sorry,
So,
Adam.
Regner and Georgia haven't been speaking much this whole trip back, but he's gonna make his way over to her and be like, "So, your goat has been here the whole time. So what the feck is that thing behind us?"
That's the beginning of a TikTok.
I have a theory.
Do you know? All right, let's hear it.
I think he's a messenger sent to either watch us and relay the awaited response to our potential client, Or in theory, could be the client himself.
Wait a minute.
Still have not given him a firm
His
answer.
posture completely changes. And he's like, client, right? What's he paying?
He is paying a family reunion.
Well, like we haven't
For
had
all
enough of
three of
those
us.
lately.
Yes.
Great. All three of who? By the way, is it a niece or a nephew that I have? Just
It
checking.
would be you, me, and Tillian.
So is that a niece or a nephew I have?
He's a nephew.
All right, great. So, family reunions have been happening a lot lately, and it hasn't gone well, Georgia. I don't know
Look.
if you've been paying attention, but it's actually rather been a shit show.
When I say I had to leave,
Right, because you
Here
were going to
was
get
a-
hitched and you didn't want it. I know, I was there.
what do you think
actually,
would
I
have
wasn't there,
happened had I gave birth 3 months earlier than expected after a marital night?
I don't know. Maybe
Have
a
you
divorce?
looked? Have you looked at his dating history? The Hedgecock women.
I'm never not.
You're missing the point. You could have just had the kid and been like, oh no, well, and then maybe gotten a divorce because that happens now, and it would have been
That
a kind of legit
absolutely
out of jail
happens
free card.
to a man who has 2 deceased wives, of course.
Georgia, if you
He's a
think for
violent
one-
man.
Aye, have you met our family? You could have claimed self-defense and just rooted the bastard through the face.
Well, how would that
You've
have
done
looked?
less than to other things. I've seen it
Okay.
on this trip.
Which would have soiled the family name more?
I don't know.
Running off as-
scandal or self-defense. Listen, we're technically not back to the lodge yet, so we don't have to have this conversation.
I mean, you're on the
I just wanna
land of the
know.
lodge.
right. That you're not there. Listen,
I am there.
what are we gonna do about that goat? Because it looks like the actual goat that's been here the whole time.
I'm honestly not too worried about it.
Well, I'm glad you're not. That makes me feel all the much better.
Like I said, Meti would have come running immediately. He's my little man.
Right, I know, and he's been here the whole time. You're missing the point.
Exactly.
What I'm
No.
saying is that thing is not an actual goat.
Exactly,
We've-
because he's awaiting our response from the task he has offered us. I don't know how much more clear I have to be.
Oh my God, does Maria just pipe in from the other
No,
conversation?
Maria's
You're being
not here.
0%
Technically
clear.
speaking,
'Cause she
Maria's
was-
not here. No. No.
I told you, look, we had the offer on the table. I have not given him a definite answer. I will tell you when it is time, but we agreed to wait until we were back at the lodge to have this conversation. So I would
Right.
love to tell him how many people I'm going in with, or if I'm going in by myself.
Well, then I guess let's get back to the lodge then, sister. And he walks away.
Is that the game plan? Walking away?
Walking away from her, he's going to join the other group.
Well, I mean, the
I'm going to
group?
turn to the goat.
Which goat? We have a lot of them now.
It's true.
The
There's a lot of goats
Not
now.
wrong.
Which goat are you? Which
the
goat are you turning to?
mystery goat.
The one that's out in the distance, not next to you,
Yes.
that always stays 30 feet away at all times.
Mystery
that one.
goat.
So
my
you look
turn.
at
Adam
it.
Levine
It is not there
every
anymore.
jiggle.
It is gone.
Georgia is going to look in the area that he was in,
Okay.
and she is just gonna say, just a while longer, and I'll have my answer. Thank you so much for your benevolent patience.
You would get a response back through telepathy. Do you want the rest of the cast to hear it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you'll tell them later?
That's fine. I mean, depending on what it says. But I
Then
feel
that-
like
then
George
that
is
is-
being as transparent as possible. But yeah, I'm gonna tell them.
Okay, no
George is
matter
gonna
what
put
I
all the
say
cards
right
on the
now,
table.
no matter what I say right now, you're telling the party.
Do I get a hero point for it?
Fuck no.
Okay, guys, take off your headphones.
There we go. That's what I wanted to know. This is very short. Don't worry, people. Just watch. I will give you the thumbs up quick. Just mute it then. That's fine. Whatever you need to do. Everybody good? Good, good, good. All right. Thank you for understanding that this is a very delicate situation. My child is important. Without it, I cannot control winter. It will come in the summer, the spring, the fall. It will be never ending. That means that the court of winter will come after. And if I die, so does your circles.
I'll do everything in my power to prevent that from happening.
Then
I will let you know whether or not I have the backing of my party.
with or
I will go
without.
in, with or without.
Please, tomorrow, find the new-grown pine tree on the Manor's estate. Pick one of the cones and bring it with you.
Yes.
Good. Good.
Can I, will I be able to speak to you before we make our journey in?
As
or make
long
my
as
journey?
your simulacrum of your goat is near, you can speak to me. If it is not, I am out of range.
Understood.
I
Is there any
wish-
information we should know about your child? I would hate to bring back the
Don't-
wrong being from that house.
Don't worry, you will know who they are. It is quite obvious. Please
I trust you.
be safe and find a way out. The circles need you. Bats! So, everybody, the ship has been torn apart. We don't have to worry about any of that stuff. Georgia is last to kind of continue walking whenever this party breaks. But the only question I have from one of the NPCs that are here is Jorgoat. He's like, should I stay in the forest? Or away, or make a tent? Am I welcome in the building? Last time part of me was there, I was attacked.
Friend, I fear for your safety.
I don't know if Todd can hear me. He's muted still. I'm just making sure. Todd, can you hear me?
Todd.
Todd.
He looks frozen.
He looks frozen in space and time. No, his
No,
eyes
his
are
eyes are
moving.
His eyes are moving. Eyes
Yeah.
are
Okay.
moving. Okay.
Hi.
I didn't know if you could hear me. You were muted. I was like, this son of a bitch is fucking with me right now.
I could not. I was
Okay.
tabbed away. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good.
Trying to find the perfect gift to send to Kelly.
Yep.
And that's a very appropriate one,
I
yes.
feel like I need to pull all these gifts together. For those, real quick pause. For those who don't know, this cast just are gift monsters the entire show. If you saw our like private live chat stuff, it is nothing but gifts.
Non-stop. It's nonstop. It's great.
So anyway,
NBG, nothing but gifts.
your goat asks it. No.
I think my favorite one is Martin Freeman with the "What the fuck is that?" Because it comes up so often.
Yes, it does. Your goat asks, or Johan, he's like, am I allowed in the house or am I not? And Wilcuff pats him on the shoulder and goes, look, if they're going to let a puppet in, I'm pretty sure you're allowed. Right? And he like looks around.
Regner
that-
opens his mouth and he's like, and looks at Maria.
It will hopefully be okay.
Why wouldn't it be okay? Your goat
I'm sorry.
asks.
I'm still. Are we finally all together?
Yeah, you're within like
Okay.
walking. I'm gonna say you're probably close to like walking up to the house at this point.
Okay. So I'm like, I stop everybody, and I say, listen. We have a lot of things on our plate right now.
Mm-hmm.
And because you two we're having a family feud type situation. I wanted to let you know that the other Medi, which is apparently no longer here.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't actually Medi.
Well, yeah, I think it might have been like a taxidermied creature or some sort of
Ooh.
created thing.
Yeah, I mean, I would say you probably really don't know what it was, but those are good guesses.
I'm asking, well, I mean, my intelligence is decent on her, so
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. I'm just saying you definitely don't know what exactly it was.
Right. I'm like, I don't know exactly what it was, but it smelled like dried leather and wax and things of that nature. Johan was able to get a whiff. Also, in the camp, which I wish we had had a chance to discuss this before we started coming closer to the house. In the camp, Johan noticed that there was a man in one of the tents who smelled like Golthok, along with a dwarven woman who smelled like filth, death, and a dusty old room similar to the house, and also might potentially smell like you two. So,
For fuck's sake.
so your sister could be hiding out in the group working on the ship.
That ain't.
Of course.
So, that being the case, then I turn back to Johan and Wilcuff, and I say, you guys should hopefully be able to get into the house, but Johan, I gotta be honest with you.
Yeah.
Your face is not yours.
I took from woman in a city. She was told her skin heals perfectly. And you do notice, like, it seemed really well. But it's still a goat skull structure under the fucking face. Like a goat human skull structure. So it's not perfect, but it did heal well. It looks alive. It looks fleshy.
Johan, did you like break in and like steal that face from someone?
I did not break in. I dug her up.
You dug her up.
Yes. Well,
Okay.
I dug down where I was told that she slept, and or not slept, was buried.
Okay. Because she
Is at the
is
castle.
she's staying at the outpost right now.
All black, tall hat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
And she's very upset that her face was taken.
I thought she was dead. She had no pulse.
Hey.
Right. So I think she might be an undead.
I'm not
maybe
giving
a
this back.
vampire. I'm just giving you a heads up.
Face up.
Buddy,
I'm trying like.
what if we found you a new face, bud?
Does it heal
A
like
better
this?
face?
There is no better face.
What do you mean?
It heals. Watch. And he like nicks it, and then like a few moments later, it seals back up. I look human.
That's debatable, bud. Look, I'm just saying, if you take something that's not yours, it's
She's
stealing,
dead!
and you should.
She's
She's
one
not.
Of the, she's one of the mayors.
Yeah.
What's a mare?
One
Like
of
a
the
horse?
people-
Horses are dead.
No, one of the people who runs one of the three sisters.
Mayor, like leader, like elected leader.
She's
Very
a very,
potentially-
very
Also
She's
potentially
powerful.
a vampire.
Oh, a what? Vampire?
Hmm.
Vampire.
I don't know what that is.
You don't want to,
Allegedly.
yeah.
But look,
Well,
Tech-
allegedly.
she did not.
Not a
I
vampire.
cut it off her, and she did not move, so she must be dead. You would wake up if you
She
were
was-
alive. I would not. I've taken nothing from living people.
I say she's dead and she moves.
Johan?
Yeah. That's
There's-
not. And he says, and I quote, "That's bad. You should not be dead and move. That means that you are scary."
Well,
So-
that,
Johan, yes.
that
thing.
probably explains
Exactly.
why Clara is hanging out with the mayor, to be perfectly honest.
Who's Clara?
She's a vampire child.
Clara's a vampire child?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who Clara is.
You know what? I saw can I just go back home?
We are home, and he points at the building. The question is, can I go in the building? For some
Johan,
reason, I feel like I have to ask that.
Johan,
Probably because of the
you
face.
said it sounds
Probably.
like she is very scary.
Who?
She is very. The mayor?
I mean, because dead
very,
things aren't
very
supposed to be
scary.
able to move.
Exactly.
I'm not cutting
It's
this
weird.
off. No
It's
one will let me
unusual
into
and
a.
it's scary.
I can't go in a city if I cut this off.
What if we find you a new face?
One that heals naturally.
We can see what we can do.
Well, you find that, and I will give you this face.
What if we
Of
made
course.
you one?
You can make faces.
Ooh.
I can try.
Well, I
I
will
have
wait
some
until
ideas.
you make a face.
Oh my god. Can we make him a face out of aberration parts?
A mask would probably be the word.
Sure. That's what he's fucking wearing right now.
No, it is literally part of him.
Right.
That's not a mask. That is skin attached to skin, which makes it part of him. A mask is something you put on top. If you cut that off, it is a fucking goat skull underneath it.
I mean,
So,
it
buddy?
could be an
Why do you
argument.
call me buddy?
Because we're friends.
Oh,
It's a term of
buddy.
endearment.
Yeah. But,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
so buddy,
Teammate.
You okay, Kelly?
I think
Hey,
that
Now.
Are we
we're
going in
also-
house?
We scoots right by ya.
Are we going in house? In are we going in outpost? Are we going in outpost?
Johan, I think you should stay out here with Meti.
I'll sleep
You're
in
okay
back room.
with it.
I've slept in back room many times.
I just want you to be safe.
Well, I go
'Cause
sleep
like I
in the
said, she
room
is-
at the back of building. Anyone
Okay,
can sleep
but-
there.
That's right.
Look, the
anyone can
mayor-
sleep there.
Is very strong. She's very powerful, and she wants her face back.
Well, I would have to meet her.
Do you
to know
understand?
that. I don't believe. I don't. She's dead. No pulse.
I'm pretty
you-
sure if she wanted to take it by force, she would have by now. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hired us. She has other things to worry about. We can get this figured out civilly.
Okay.
And
I'll wait in back room.
I know it's
He's
been
safe.
fight
So
or
then
flight
that's my
nonstop for 2
pull out.
weeks.
It has been. You are 100% right, Burke.
Well, apparently it's been fight or flight for
Apparently
5
it's
weeks.
4.5
Bert.
5
weeks.
weeks. Yeah.
4.5 weeks.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's-
4 weeks,
For
3 days.
Listen, it wasn't 40
64
years. I'm fine with it.
Hey, a man out of time. What's 4.5 weeks, right?
No,
Chump change.
do
Chump
that
change.
standing on my head.
So he moves his way through the crowds and he nods and says hi to people, but he keeps that like 10-foot distance to make it easier to hide from people. And he goes around the back of the house, and you do hear that back door to the building open and shut. Now, I put the ship here. You can see they've taken a ton of it apart. But I will move us to the outpost, since that's where we're at. Is there anything else we want to do before we go in the house here?
Well, I mean, I'm like, what do we want to do about the man who might be a creature, a shapeshifter? And what do we want to do about the dwarven lady, who may or may not be, your sister waiting to ambush us?
But I suggest we deal with that first before we go into the house. Maybe Drosla could lend a hand with that.
I'm sorry, who can?
I'm not sure.
I'm looking for a character token while you guys are talking. There it is.
Oh, they're getting a token. Great sign.
No. I'm looking for one of yours. I thought it was on the map before I added another one because I only had the 3 of you there. I was looking for the other one of you, but I don't.
Okay.
I don't see Maria's.
Attack.
I thought she was out back because that's the last time we used her on the map, but I don't see her on
Yeah.
the map. I'm zoomed way out. Oh, there she is. She's in the basement.
Yeah. Oh, when I was talking to the mayor, and,
Yeah. We'll just delete
figuring
that.
out what she was.
All right.
Yeah.
So
No, there's red. No, there's two.
I have you at the lovely door. porch?
Well, I mean, we're here now, so maybe they might still be out there finishing up the deconstruction of the ship. But I think if your sister is now a follower of Golthak, and that ship crashed partially because of Golthak and these aberrations respawning from this ship, she might be hiding there to try and grab something from the wreckage.
Wilcoff goes, well, then let's find her first and talk to her.
I mean, maybe, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. But,
No, but you might be right.
Wilcoff goes, that's adorable. I have not seen Maria be wrong yet.
Hey. All right. And he turns around and starts walking back down the steps. Let's go see if Clayble's home.
So
And he starts walking towards the tents outside.
out back. So you're gonna go out back looking for the tents. So you leave the door and you start heading out back. I don't have a tent village here. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared for a tent village. But walking around the back, sure enough,
You had
there
4.5 weeks.
I did have 4.5 weeks.
In 3 days. Well, 3 days.
Well, they're striking the
4 weeks,
tents.
3 days.
You know what, motherfucker? You want to be that way right now? Fine.
No.
I'm gonna find your goddamn tent village. So as you walk around back, there is plenty of people working, but there's really no one at the tents right now. It is actually pretty quiet back here. How would you know whose tent's whose? Would be my question to the party.
I'm going to... Oh, shit, I wasn't there for that conversation. Never mind.
So because I wasn't really thinking about it at the time, probably because Maria was still like, I can't believe we lost like 2.5 weeks and whatever snowstorm bullshit happened. I think what I'm gonna do is, because now I know that my hand, because I accepted the blessing, my hand glows, I'm going to use my arcane sense to see if there's anything on the tents that glows in a similar like pattern.
Oh, like on the outside of the tents?
On the outside of the tents, or
Gotcha.
Magical residue.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Boy.
or if there's like anything that is being drawn from those tents to either me or Redger, since we both have that hint of, well, I have hint of Golthak, and unless anyone else has like a different option.
No. I'm trying to think of how to answer this.
Yeah.
With that up, I would say you wouldn't see any auras, like of that symbol anywhere. At least not anything that's noticeable.
Okay.
There is definitely an odd smell coming from two of the tents, though. That smells like they just came out of like storage at the beginning of a new season, and they have not been cleaned.
Okay.
If you wouldn't have sent Yorgoat out, I would have made this a lot more difficult, but he told you what to look for.
Right.
I wasn't there for that conversation. That's why.
But you were. So it definitely has
smells like
that
mothballs.
kind of smell. Yeah, it has that kind of smell to it. So yeah, I would say yes. You could find it. I never thought about having to do that, but yeah, that makes sense.
Well, you know what? Thaumaturge bullshit sometimes is based in logic.
It does, and the two tents are near each other. And Todd, you wanted to call my bluff, so here you go.
I was just making a joke about.
I know.
lost time.
I'm joking. So as you move about, there are two here. There's a pelt outside. There's like a cutting table. It's it'd be far west, almost near the cliff edge that goes up the plateau. And they are set up in kind of like a little outcropping of rock, and then it would step up again and go into the big plateau above. But there's nobody here. It is dead. There's no one here. The tents are open. There's no one in them.
So yeah, I point out those two tents. Like I'm not seeing anything with the arcane sense, but I'm smelling what Johan was talking about. I can smell it a little bit. I can definitely smell it from my hand.
Yeah, now that you you know what you're looking for. Yeah, it's pretty. I mean, you walk up to the tents and sniff, and you're like, oh, it smells like people have been sleeping in it. It smells like people have been sleeping in it. It smells like, oh, this smells like it just got opened for the first time in 12 months.
Yeah, so, I mean, technically they're working for us.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like...
I mean, you still don't go into people's houses, but yeah.
I mean, we also know that there were some unscrupulous people that were here before we left.
Mm-hmm.
Like those, the not poachers, but kind of possibly poachers. And we know one of them might be your sister, because I don't really think I would... If I were like an actual... No offense, Wilcock, but if I was like a dwarf that was one of the last 200, give or take, I don't know if I'd be out here, like, going through wreckage of that.
Unless there's a reason.
Right, like, maybe if it is your sister, they found something, or we're looking for something on the ship.
Yeah, he looks to Georgia and to Regdor and goes, I mean, look, I'm going to be honest, and I hope this is the same for Surface Dwarf, but we always have a purpose, and it's usually to find our home, to find something left behind through lineage and heritage, so that we can rebuild our clan. And for us, it was to find the name of our clan. That is what myself and the group was doing at the fort when you found us, before obviously everything went a little sideways. But for the both of you, I'm assuming that it's got to be similar.
Well, I have a clan. I have a home. I am here because... And he looks up. He's like, I saw the Starters as a wee lad, and I just fell in love.
That's the reason you're out here?
That's the reason I'm not back in the hole in the ground. Yeah. So I came here to make my way, make my living, and up until now, it's been pretty standard run-of-the-mill, you know, living by the woods and all that.
Well,
speaking of which, I'm gonna do a survival check for tracking.
Ooh.
I will say this is very difficult. This is a very trounced about area. You're looking through spring mud. The difficulty for this is going to be in the 20s. That's what I will tell you.
Okay.
How many people here are dwarves?
Doesn't matter.
Dwarf tracks might be easier to spot, right?
I'm gonna use the survival card.
That's like,
we have one.
We do have survival cards.
Cool.
I mean, it will be easier than not, but it's more that there's 1,000 footprints walking over top of each other.
I mean,
well,
I was gonna
is
try and do letter of the law to just go into the tents, but
But you can do whatever. I mean, while you're tracking, I'm assuming Maria is just like, and going in, fuck these people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
there
Well, I'm
might be
assuming,
cryptids in there. It might be
these are just the two
aberrations.
tents, right? This isn't everybody's tents.
Right. There are more. There's a ton of tents along, and there's some to the east of you. Like, there are people milling about. They will see you doing this. This is in the open. It's behind the lodge. There's probably a good, like, between 40 to 60 foot between here and the plateau. Because you gotta remember, the lodge, if you're looking at it from the side, it's kind of built under the plateau to stop snow from resting on it too much. But you do get buried in sometimes because of that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we'll give you another survival card. This one is going to be from, let's see. We're actually using a lot of our survival cards. This one is going to be from Serving Hands. What do you get on your total with the +2?
Thanks, Katie. That's a 31 because I rolled a 19.
Yes, you can. There is definitely footprints that go all over. The most recent ones go to the house. The back door of the house, in through the kitchen. You can kind of look and see the trail that goes in. Like, they went towards the building. The only way in is either through that side door, or through the back door,
or through the kitchen.
Yep.
Well, it looks like they're in the house. As he kind of
one set of footprints go that way. The other one, which is not dwarven, does not go that way. He's just a human who's here doing work, but he has the smell of filth. Her tent is the one over here in the shade.
Okay.
Well, either we toss the tents, and if anyone asks, we can tell them we're looking for aberrations that can assume the shape of other things.
Sure.
Which is
I wouldn't
true.
tell a large group of
honestly.
people that, though. That induces panic.
I'm saying if they come and get mad at us for going through these tents.
There are some people watching you, but they don't say anything about it to you. They may go tell other people, there's someone going to tents back there. But just like if someone's breaking and entering in a city, most people just go tell someone else.
Right.
Only heroes with levels step up and do something stupid. Or villains. But for the most part, they're just watching.
Or we can go into the house and see if she's in there.
As possible. Do you want to search the tent, or do you want to go to the house immediately?
I say let's search the tent first.
Okay. When you walk into the tent, it smells of filth. It reminds you of being in the sub levels of the taken over temple by the Keeper of Filth. The smell of rot is eminent. In one of the lanterns that's hanging, there is like a dirty, mold-filled mud around the rim of the lantern, and it smells from there like you were burning incense, but just nastiness. The bedroll itself, when you unroll it, the inside is full of mold and mildew. And there are clothes, and the inside of all the clothes are also full of mold and mildew. The second pair of boots that are sitting here are filled with mud and dirt inside them. Now, the outside are pretty well maintained, but the inside is dirty. If you toss the place, I would like to just know what everyone's passive perceptions are before we do any rolls.
20 for me.
Anyone higher than a 20? Would you like a passive focus card, Drew?
22.
Gives you +5. Or 4.
Sure.
Is it 4? Passive
It's 4.
focus. Oh, no, I lied. It's 2. Passive focus is +2. Pathfinder, everything is +2. Anyone got higher than that?
Allie's
22.
got a 22 to begin with, so let's give it to her.
I'll give you one, and I'll just
For
say you're
24.
aiding her then to make it
Sure.
a 24.
26.
Yeah. So you guys know your sister. There are no personal belongings that remind you of anything from your family until you dig through the dirt underneath her rolled out bed mat. Like as you kind of throw it to the side to look under. It's just peel it back. You don't want to disturb it too much. I'm sure Maria's got some Nora in her saying don't disrupt the crime scene. But there is definitely something buried underneath where she's sleeping. The dirt's fresh.
Okay.
Great.
Did a passive focus from Nessie and one from Serving Hands.
Do you guys want me? Excuse me. Do you want me to bother with my arcane sense, or do you think we can figure it out without?
No, go for it.
All right.
So I focus, and then my eyes turn into like that black purple again, and then the purple glow, and as I look around.
Now this tent's not very big. You can only really fit
Yeah.
2 people in it at a time, right? So Maria goes in the tent. I'm assuming the 2 siblings, and you can move yourself if you need, or standing out. Burke, you can put yourself wherever you want. Wilcuff walks over and starts going through the other tent. He's like, I'll search the other one. Burke, where would you like to be in this setup on the map?
I think
And what you see is what you
move,
get. I stammered there hard. That was weird.
move
We have a
over
big storm.
to here. I
Okay.
can see around this rock formation. Just kind of keep an eye out.
Okay.
Like, we're fine. Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see here.
All right. I'm going to refresh mine. I stammered really bad, and I know my audio is off now, but I can hear you all.
Okay.
So if you are going to be there, and Maria, you go in and start looking through with your arcane, you start to notice marks. You see one on the lantern. You see one on the bed mat, on the back side of it. And the earth, when you pull it up, while it is disturbed, because they pulled the bed mat up, you do see the same drawing as well. And it's like a spiral with lines going through it. It's kind of the draw for the symbol. Anything you would like
All
to
right.
do with that knowledge?
I've already done. I think I'll do an occult roll.
Okay.
To see like why they would put it on the ground.
Are you going to dig into it or just want to kind of get an idea of what it could be?
Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm going to just try and get an idea of what it can be, because in case it's like trapped or something, or if it's like a ritual, like I'm trying to see if it's like a ritual that might be trapped or something.
Sure. Give me a knowledge. That's a very I mean, that's a good assessment. Before you fucking dig around and find out.
Right. Before I dig around and find out, I want to make sure it's not going to be like some weird ritual circle or trap or something that's going to check. Oh, I got a natural 20, so that's going to be a 28.
This is not a trap. This looks like it is the magic is strong. It looks like the dirt is disturbed regularly. And the spell itself is some form of, you're guessing, either transmutation or an illusionary magic.
Okay.
That's how I would best describe that.
Okay.
Like a ritual to sleep in the filth.
Okay. Then I share that. I say it looks like the lantern and the bed mat are definitely marked with the same symbol that I have on my hand. The dirt underneath looks like it's a ritual set up for her to be able to sleep in the filth. I don't know if it's like for her to get power from Golthok, or if it's like because she's like one of the 5 chosen, or one of
disciples.
13,
Yeah.
one of the disciples. I don't know. We can take a look at it. I don't think it's like rigged to be a trap of some sort. It might be better if Redger or I go through it, just because we have kind of been marked already. It might react better if one of us goes through it versus Burke or Georgia.
I don't know much about magic, but I've been questioning since we first saw her if it actually is our sister. Because I called out a family greeting and she did not respond back. I'm wondering if this is to help her look like our sister.
Or has she abandoned our name altogether?
I
Even I
mean-
didn't go that far.
I mean, to your brother's point, the first time we encountered anything from Golthok, they were turning themselves into other creatures and like assuming their form and stuff. So,
Tell you what, Maria, let me trade spots with you. I'm gonna
Are
dig through
you
and
sure?
see if I can pull out what's in here.
Just be careful.
Eric, I'm gonna do this, but I'm gonna roll thievery so that if I feel like a tripwire or something, like something's attached to this, I can catch it.
Oh, okay.
So
I
kind of
see.
a disabled
You're
device.
talking about the dirt itself?
No, like reaching through to get whatever is in the dirt out, because you said that we didn't find anything.
No, you didn't find it.
related to our sister until we did this. So
I'm gonna try and aid.
Sure.
Because I'm trained in thievery.
2 could fit in the tent. I'm fine with that.
Yeah, like we're basically just swapping spots.
And Wilcuff starts walking back, and he's carrying a small box, walking
I
back
got
to
a
the group.
I got a 16, so I think you
Plus
get a
one?
plus 1 with
You need a
the-
15 or up?
Yeah,
And the new
yeah,
PF2
it
rules?
is.
You need a shovel or something, let me know.
nat 20.
Natural 20.
So that is a 27 plus 1 for Maria's 28.
It is 100% trapped.
Okay.
Not only is it trapped, it is magical. With a natural 20, I will let you know it feels like looking around at the area, touching the dirt, and like touching some of the edge of the dirt, that the dirt is not there.
Regner's gonna close his eyes and like just kind of call into that natural dwarven like
Feel the earth kind of
sense-
feel.
Yeah, like I sense bullshit, and open his eyes again and try and look at if
I need a
this is
will
some
save.
type of illusion.
I need a will save. That is the first time in maybe the history that illusion has been rightfully fucking fought against.
That's only a 17 because I rolled a 7.
I mean, we do have cards if you want a +2 to that save, if you think it's enough.
Saves?
It's any
don't.
save.
I'm gonna use my second patch.
All right, we're patching you up. Let's
and
go.
Roll this.
Would you like a keeper's eye as well?
Sure. Yeah, I'll take it.
Or not keeper's eye, the keep saying that. It's the wrong one.
The at a cost.
At a cost, yes, thank you. All right, we'll use one
Okay,
for
so-
Nessie.
Is that the?
Plus,
Is that what we use
plus
for
2.
the saves?
It's a +2
It's
to it.
+2 to save.
If you fail, you lose
Okay.
an action.
Okay, so I rolled a 10 on the die that time, so that's a 20 plus the card is a 22.
Yeah, it feels like this pit goes deep. I'm talking deeper than you're sensing.
He'll kind of slowly just kind of back up out of the tent, like there's a hole there. It's not just dirt. There's something. There's a spell or something. I don't know. It is a magical trap. I know that because there's stuff about it that I know it's there, but I can't detect. It's not. Something's not right.
Looking at the dirt now that you see that, as you're like moving your feet and stuff, the dirt you brush kind of falls into it.
He's gonna take out his war lantern
Okay.
and kind of direct the light at the hole and
Doesn't-
see if
It goes through it for you, but it doesn't go deep enough to see the bottom.
so it's deeper than 30 feet.
Yeah, but there's a shimmer in it, like a weird, like light's hitting something, but it's going through it.
Are we trying to disarm this trap and move the dirt out? Or do we not care right now?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
There's no dirt in there. It is definitely an
There's no
illusion.
dirt
There's a
at all.
pit.
Like
or
you're
something.
seeing it, but it's not there. But this is not my forte, so to speak.
Will Cuff comes back. He's like, I found a box, boys. He's holding it, and it is covered in mold. He's like, I'm pretty sure this is bad.
That was in the other tent.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to open it?
You're good at traps, right?
Absolutely. As he like holds his hand up, and he takes his glove off, and like the fingers pull out little lockpicks.
Oh,
Fucking Ripper Doc.
I'm pretty good at it.
How about magical illusionary traps?
Oh, I mean, sometimes I'm pretty good at it. Why? Is there an illusional trap somewhere that you know about?
Yeah, look at that hole right there under the bed.
It looks like a pile of dirt to me.
Crazy.
Bedroll.
He walks in and he goes, that's about 60 foot deep. Straight down.
Right.
Like an overdug grave. But there's a... I can't smell, but it still doesn't work. But there is a weird, I don't know, like... He looks in and he looks around the room and he just grabs like a random object, like one of her boots, and just drops it. And it falls 30, and then doom, it stops. And he goes, it stops. And then he goes, no, it's sinking?
So like a sludge or something of some sort, maybe?
I don't know, I can
Or,
still
like,
see it.
sewage?
It's sinking, though.
Soft
Quicksand.
what?
I don't think it's quicksand. I can see it. How about we, I don't think I can disarm this, one. Two, she ain't here.
Right.
Yeah.
Yet?
Do we want to like cordon this off or something?
He looks to the tent pole and he goes, easy enough.
Yeah.
Let's just collapse the tent.
I don't really see anything else here that's...
Right.
And he walks back out with the chest and kind of sets it. He'll walk over and set it on like a rock over here. You want me to open this before we go in, or we want to worry about this later?
I don't know if that is that trapped. I don't know that.
No,
opening that is
no, it's
that
not
good.
trapped. It's just locked. It's a box about this big, about that tall, and he like shakes
Like
it
a
lightly. Yeah, he shakes it lightly. He's like, you can hear something moving in it, but it doesn't sound like coins. Which is
it about
really
the
what I
size
wanted.
of? Is it about the size of the box that we found in the beginning of the season?
It sure is.
Okay. I point that out.
He's like, I don't know what that is. What box?
We found it
He didn't open
before-
that box.
Yeah, no, I think we found it before we met you. We were going after cryptids and poachers and
Very true, Tom.
goat people and
Well, then let's stash it for now. And he like opens his chest, puts it in with the one stick of dynamite left, and closes it. Buttons himself back up. Then we deal with it later. Ain't going nowhere.
Right.
Oh shit, he's Bender. He's wooden Bender. I just realized.
Bite my shiny wooden ass.
He is one bender.
All right.
Do we have a plan then? Are we gonna go in and just deal with your sister?
if it,
I think we should
We'll
find
get her
out
right.
if she's the only one in there. I think we should find out where the other bloke is before we do it.
Why?
We're
Go for the head, not for the feet.
How do we know that she is the head, not the feet?
Didn't you tell me that she was the one that summoned all these fucking undead in this area?
including your ex-fiance.
And then also,
Right.
and then fought against you. And I was there. She was controlling that big mouth fucking creature. I don't
mean,
think
we were-
finding the other person's important.
We were at the site, the old Vorg temple or whatever that got repurposed. You mentioned that you were her sister, and they were like, "Yeah, you need to go to the front of the line."
Look, from
So
what
your
everything
sister's
you're saying,
probably the head.
the last thing we want is her talking to that fucking mayor and somehow getting along.
Also true.
So
I mean,
let's find
it's
her,
been-
drag her
it's
ass
been
outside, and throw her in her own
4.5
hole.
Weeks. It's been 4.5 weeks. That might have already happened.
She had to travel here
then we
too.
That. Hey, but we would be going for a week or so, according to us.
I'm gonna
There's no-
start going into the house.
Everything you're saying is
tell
an
him
assumption, man.
I know, that's what I'm saying. We
Well,
just need
let's-
to be prepared for it.
My preparation is a dagger, the shadows, and the back of her head if she goes after us. No offense to you two, it being your sibling. But
That's fair.
one less
All
dwarf,
right.
it sucks. One less dwarf that wants to kill us sucks less.
Maybe it's
Eric.
not a dwarf at all. Let's go find out.
The spot in the front of the tent right here, I'm going to put a
where
5x5 trap.
Okay. All right, you set a trap. God damn it. I will write down that you set a trap. By the way, every time we play, just so you know, Drew, I have trap written twice at the bottom of every page. Just in case.
That is a 20 trapped.
Which one are you putting? What type?
It is a biting snare.
What
level.
the fuck does that do?
Snare's jaws shut on the leg of a creature that steps on it.
It's a
Snare
bear
deals
trap.
5d6 piercing damage on the first creature that enters the square.
It's a bear. It's a bear
creature-
trap.
Yeah,
It's a fucking
Yeah.
bear trap. Let's be real.
and depending on their save, different stuff happens.
Gotcha. All right. Well, with that said, heading back to the building, I will take us back to the estate. Pull it up. Are you going? What door do you guys want to go in? Because it kind of matters. Just so I know where she is in comparison to all of you.
Her tracks led through the kitchen.
Towards the
see
back of the
what you're
house,
doing.
I should say. So she either went through what is the herbalist room now that's being rebuilt, like the small garden area, or she went through here, which is the back of the house. Tracking it forward, it just is a mud path of people going in and out. It's really hard to see which one she went in and out of. There are some people in the building. You can see through the windows. There's like 2 people eating inside right now. But overall, it's pretty empty. People are working, and they have not come back yet to start dinner prep.
Do we want to split? 2 people go through the herbalist in case she tried to spread rot over our new herbs,
No,
Aye,
she
or-
better
and then
not.
and then 2
or the
people go
food.
through the kitchen to see if she's trying to spread rot through the food.
Tell you what, you two split. One of you go through the kitchen. One of you go through the herbalist. I'm gonna go through the front door.
Please put your characters where you are.
There we go.
I mean, you're all at the front of the house, by the way, just so you know where your
Yeah.
characters are.
No,
Put
I
yourselves
meant more like I
outside the doors. So Georgia, outside
Yeah.
the doors here.
Yes.
All right.
Front or up back?
Wherever you want to be, whatever door you're going through. Because Regner said going through the front door.
Yeah, he's going into
Yeah,
the front.
I'm going through the front door. I figured they'll have a better chance of spotting rot than I will.
Where do you want
Should we
the dwarf to
we all come in through a different door and meet in the center of the house?
at the big stairwell?
Yeah.
Sure.
Burke, you like so before you do that, then I don't know if you wanted to go by yourself, but remember we both fought one of the gibbering mouthers coming through this door here.
Right. So that's what I was thinking. Maybe I go to the kitchen and enter that way.
That one was cordoned off for a long time, but by now I would say the carpenters 100% repaired it and put it back where it would be. I will move your goat friend to where he is right now. On the
Just
map.
because like there's like I just remember like all the food prep stuff being in there too, so
Getting a lot of 502 errors tonight on fucking Alchemy. I'm gonna
502 errors is a lot of errors.
502 is the error code. I put him in the house up top, so he's up here on the second floor. Because he said he's going to go into the back of the house and rest there. With that said, as everyone goes to their door and goes to open it, there is a calm around you. Like the sound of birds fades. The feeling of your feet on the floor fades. As you touch the doorknob, there is a sudden like almost like static spark when you touch the doors. You could hear the voice of your sister inside, the two siblings in Dwarven speaking as you touch the doorknob. And without any measure of control, the doors, you open them. I'm going to switch the map we are on. As the doors open into red and black forest landscape. Here we go. And it is cold, smoky, like fog. And there is one pathway leading up to a door. And you can see each other in the perimeter, about the same space as the house, as you are opening the doors. And in the distance, you can see one image of that godforsaken house. Now for the audience, because I feel like you probably want to see this, I'll pull this up on screen. Each of you can see each other. I'm going to give you each a choice. You can step in to the realm of shadows, where the darkest house lies, or you can stay out of it. When you look back, you can see whatever would be behind you.
Does Georgia see a pine tree?
These are all dead pines.
Does she see the one that Draythok mentioned?
Just to the left of the door, there is a small pine tree with a single pine cone outside of the outpost.
I'm gonna go and take the pine,
You could just
the
reach.
pine
It's
cone.
next to the door.
Yeah.
Okay. So you all can see each other.
Well, can we hear each other?
I would say yes. There's no reason to say no to that.
I think
Keep a
Georgia
fucking-
would go ahead and call out and say, "Oh, funny. Looks like we're making a detour anyways." And she's gonna step in.
Okay. Georgia steps through. When you do, there is that sound of like your ears popping when you leave a pool. And like a and you can feel the shadows in this area crawling over you. This is the first time you have been where the house is, but not inside of it. Maria,
Also, for
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, for what it's worth, instead of going straight there, I am going to actually walk towards Maria.
Okay, so you're going to start walking towards where Maria is.
Mm-hmm.
All right. With that, Maria, what about you? Where are you going? Going in or staying out?
I'm gonna wait to see what Georgia has to say.
Okay, so Georgia walks up. I'm going to go to the next person. Burke, you know this place. You felt it before. And it doesn't feel like the house. It feels like where you were trapped for a long time.
Well, if Georgia is intent on going in, assuming that doorway is
You see her
to the
walk
house,
by you.
I'm inclined to go with her.
Okay.
Because when we were in there, we did lose Wilcuff's body,
Mm-hmm.
and he described people near his body
Mm-hmm.
that sounded a hell of a lot like my team
It
that
sure
I lost in the house.
It sure did.
And that's been eating at me since we left.
Okay. So you walk in as well.
Yeah.
Well, that means that we have to go to Regder. Regder. Your sister walks in. You and Burke would be standing next to her. Burke steps in as well. And you see him vanish into shadow. It's like looking through that fucking mirror.
Right.
And you see your sister's silhouette walk by. There's a flash of light where you can see her for like a moment. And she walks towards Maria. Maria, in the distance, you can see, but she's in color still, like you are. It is okay to say no.
No, because apparently I have a nephew that I haven't met,
You do.
and he's somehow tied to this.
You do.
You see Regner's head just go. He slings off his rifle like under, like Daniel Day-Lewis, The Last of the Mohicans, where he just pulls it out from underneath him. It's just like it just comes into his hand. He's like,
Sure.
and he steps in.
Next to you, when you walk in, the shadows disappear from behind one of the trees. A person walks next, like steps next to you, like they came out as well, but it's none of your party. They're wearing a solid slate piece of metal with 2 eye holes, and that is it. But there are like pointed ears coming from behind the mask. Hair is pulled back in like a large blonde braid. But everything is muted colors here. The red is casted over everything. And he says, well, looks like I will be losing a connection with you for a while. I wish you the best and like to bless you before you leave. Do you accept my blessing for once? I will give you an exit out of here whenever you need it.
You and I are going to have an actual conversation at some point, you know.
What do you think this is? It is a conversation. I will even let you take one other with you when you leave.
All or none.
I do not have that power. It doesn't spread to here. Keepers have limits.
So that's what you are then.
I am regrowing my following in power. Do you
Great.
accept?
What does that mean if I accept?
I think you already know.
No, I don't. The whole thing is a fucking mystery to me.
You still have
I know that
many
this is
fingers. Well, and as you hold it up, you can feel one of the fingers that doesn't have a nail, like itch.
Yeah, this can stop right now. Like, this is annoying as feck.
You're the one not using your blessings, not me.
I don't...
Stop trimming them and you will know.
It's my trigger finger.
Well then, learn to shoot with your other hand.
Sure.
Do you want my blessing? And he turns back towards like the light outside. Thanks for the card.
Sure, why not?
Take your glove off.
Pulls it off.
He reaches out, and when he does, as he's reaching, you see those black nails grow from nowhere. And he touches the one finger. And when he does, it pulls your real fingernail off. And as he does, it extends a new one out. You only need one more, and you are truly devoted to me. And he turns and starts to walk towards the door. And shuts it behind you.
I am going to... As he's leaving.
Sure. It's like this music is timed for this, and I'm not even doing it.
Right?
Serena's is dropping cards right now.
I know this isn't going to work, but...
Anything's possible.
I'm going to touch him. I need him to make me a will save.
If it's mind control, it won't work. If it's not mind control, I'll roll.
It's not. Needs to beat a DC 19. Will save.
I am going to do something I normally don't do on the show. And I'm going to switch my camera to desktop mode. Move this over. Zoom it in. See if I can do this successfully, everybody. Woo! Drew, I rolled a natural 20.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there it is. There it is for the audience. I'll turn it so you can see it. Does it flip it around? It does. Would you like another blessing to finish your hand?
I mean, I suppose, yeah, that's fitting if he nat 20 my focus point attack on him with his own power.
I'm giving you the option for it. You don't have to take it.
If I have the option, no.
When you touch him, he turns around and goes, "Do you wish to be blessed eternally?" And he turns around like very, very quickly before he goes through the door. As he like grabs your wrist with the clawed hand.
No, I don't. I want you to leave me alone.
Then don't touch
This is...
your keeper without asking.
Why? You've done it to me 4 times now.
I saved you 4 times.
No, the first time I was asleep.
And he steps out of the door and he
Wormed
goes,
your way
he
into
goes,
my mind.
and the curse was creeping for you. And he shuts the door. With that, I'm going to go back to Maria talking to Georgia. Because that seems like the space we should be in right now. Let me set this up to get, I think you are 3. Hey, I got it on the first try. Georgia, you walk over. Maria, you would see a shadowy outline of Georgia as you're waiting for her to come over before you go through the door. Georgia, you walk to Maria. What's your plan here?
I think Georgia is going to lean in and she is going to say in a low voice, "Maria, you have no reason to step foot through these doors right now and enter that house. But I do know that you have business with the Winter Court. Am I right?"
Yes.
The being you saw is called Dracoth. Drathok. Not the first one I said.
Okay.
Don't worry, it's not Beetlejuice. You're fine. That's Drew's problem.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. I don't know much about the goings-ons of cryptids and keepers, but what I do know is that if we want to prevent the Winter Court from having free reign of this territory, we have to go retrieve that child. This is information that normally would not impact me personally, but he told me, and now I think I know why. You don't have to enter. I completely understand if you turn the other way, but I just thought you should know. I thought I'd have more time to tell you.
Georgia, did you make a deal? This thing?
No.
Did you make a deal with anybody?
No.
About your child?
I did not. I was offered terms of a child for a child, releasing my child from their current bargain if I am to return Drathok's child to them.
I meant previous to this. Did you make any deals with anybody?
Deals? No. I am a servant of the Circle of Pine. I have certain responsibilities, but I would not consider those deals. I would consider that a way of life.
I would like you to look at your secrets. And I would like Maria to give me a sense motive.
I'm looking at my secret.
I will I will send it to you in Discord right now. And I have been waiting for this for 13 episodes.
No, it's not the second. Is it the second?
That's a 24 for my sense motive.
Your words, not mine. 20, what was that?
24 for sense motive or perception.
It's pretty good. It would be versus, technically versus their will DC, correct? Technically? Is it versus their will DC? I thought so. What is your... I think sense motive versus a lie, unless it's an opposed roll? Todd, do you remember offhand for PF2 how they do that now? I think it's always versus a flat DC, right? There's no opposed rolls anymore, correct? Like if someone sense motive on somebody, if they're hiding something, it'd be versus their will DC, correct?
Lying is now a deception check someone else makes against my perception DC.
Oh, perception DC, okay.
So I think Georgia has to try and roll to lie versus me.
If you want to keep that secret, or if you forgot all about it.
I didn't.
Yeah, you roll a single deception check and compare it against the perception DC of every creature you're trying to fool. So mine is if that's the case, then
even if you aren't trying to do this on purpose, I still would want that. I would still want that.
No, that's so fair.
I didn't say it was. I never said it was the deal. I never said that.
Nope. I've not made a deal with anyone.
She has not made a deal. She is not lying about that. But something is definitely itching at her. Between everything that's happened so far, something's unsettling, or she wouldn't be doing this. She never acts like this. That would be what I would say about your sense motive towards her. Something's...
Georgia, the reason I'm asking is because you don't... Where I come from, deals are taken very seriously, and sometimes you can accidentally enter contracts without realizing that you entered a contract.
Trust me, I never asked for anything.
It doesn't matter if you asked for it. I didn't... Georgia, full disclosure, I didn't ask to be here. I was sold.
Yeah, she was in season 1, and... That's...
I was sold. I didn't ask to be sold. My mother sold me to be here. I lucked out, and the person who bought me was actually a very kind human. So I am asking you, did you make any sort of arrangement, willing or not, regarding this creature, holding your child, or anything with the pines? Because I'm willing to go in there to help, because I don't want the Winter Court here. I, strangely enough, lucked out and didn't have to grow up there very much longer than I had to. So I'm willing to go in there and stop it, but I need more information so that I can better help you.
Hearing that Maria was sold, Georgia is really fucking angry.
Welcome to the Never Never, bitch. That's how it is
This is
here.
what, and I say, this is what happens to half elves.
Yep. Yeah. She's 100% correct. Yes. Technically speaking,
never
Kelly
made-
helped me write that. That is her fault.
It's Kelly and Todd.
Yeah.
But yes.
Yeah, that's right. Todd too. He played a half elf too.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah.
I've never made any sort of arrangements, but you've earned your freedom. It's not worth it to squander it here.
Oh, if that's how that worked, that would be wonderful. Well, Maria, are you gonna walk into, and you looking at this? Can I please have an Arcana check from you, or if you have knowledge on planes?
No, it'd probably be Arcana.
Okay.
I'm going to use my last patch for the night.
All right.
Well, yeah, because I used the second... It doesn't matter. Whatever. We're getting near the end.
I would use it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because I think I spent one to figure out if Georgia was lying to me, and then we figured out we didn't have to do that, but that
No,
doesn't matter.
you just used the
I
one
got-
patch so far, and your one free is all I have marked.
Yeah, so that's going to be 22 Arcana.
This looks like when you travel from the Never Never and you travel into the material anywhere within Ingrad or the mountains, any of the vales you went in between, that tear in the veil is very similar to what the inside of this place looks like right now. It is the space that fills the plains between. It is also very similar to what the Dark Tides are made of. Which isn't good,
No, it's not good at all.
but it is there. Also, you are flickering again, Georgia.
Well, it looks like Burke and Regder have gone in, and if the Winter Court is going to gain a foothold here, instead of following the balance like they should be, then I would have won my freedom for no reason. So let's go.
So you walk through, close the door behind you. There's that same ear pop that everybody gets, that of like your ears being unfilled with liquid from the material. As the shadows kind of crawl over everybody, the color drains out a little bit. I'm going to take us back to the party. But before I do, a magical item card just got played.
Serving
Which is
hands
dope.
played this card. Don't fuck it up. Guys.
And inside this red mist, actually not mist, light pouring through the shadow that moves. The shadow is clinging, like it has an entity to it. You don't hear any sounds though. Your footfalls are softer than normal. The sound of like fabric seems to be dulled to a nothing. The jingle that would be on your backpacks or weapons or equipment, dull. And in the distance, there are 3 lights peering from what seems to be the home, or the darkest house as you know it. Now, there's a lot of things I can say about the darkest house, but most of you already know how it functions, what it is, but there is something different compared to normal. All of the doors and windows to the home are open. And there are shadows freely moving in and out of the house. Some humanoid, some monstrous or cryptid looking. And you're a good distance from the home. Is there anything the party wants to do before heading in, since we are close to the end of our show tonight? As you all, I'm assuming, group up on the path that leads towards it.
I'm going to look for any signs of rot.
Okay, yeah, give me a perception.
On the trail.
Yeah, that's a very astute question.
And I'm going to use detect magic because it says like I can like block out sources of magic.
Sure, so you push out the realm. You know what this is. You've traveled through things like this before.
Yeah, yes, I have. So I push that all out so I can focus on anything that looks like what we've been exposed to. That's a 19 for my perception.
Okay.
Which is not the best, but it's all right. It's all right. I got a 19. So I'm just looking.
So we're all together?
Yeah, you'd all be like walking to the path together.
And like my eyes, like as my eyes flicker, like they turn into that shaw.
No, because it was not a conversation tree. She's just.
It's not a conversation. I'm just doing it. Like you see my eyes, but now my eyes match the shadow of the path.
Okay. The red ambiance that fills this area washes over everyone here. As you're looking around, you do see rot. Every single tree is affected with it.
Okay.
It should not be here. The plane or the realm of shadows, as you know it, is a place that you travel quickly, because being a being with less weight to them lets you move swiftly. And that's why the veil gets pulled through the plane of shadow, the realm of shadow. And the fact that there is something else here rotting things means it is extremely powerful.
Yeah. I let everybody know that all the trees are rotting.
I just shared a view of the house for you in the distance. I'm also going to pull it up on the screen and pull up the view of it again so that the audience can see it. Boy. It doesn't look like it did before. The windows are covered in odd angled pieces of metal. The porch is just solid red as things are moving in and out. And there is deep groans from the house itself. The house has never made noise before other than the creaks and groans of floorboards, but this sounds like it is in pain. Wilcuff leans in. He leans in, he goes, I really thought about staying out after I saw what was in here, but I can't leave you all to do this.
Wilcuff, you've already come out of here worse for the wear once. Well, actually, you're really handy this week.
What could be worse,
regardless,
right? I lose another body part? He kind of like semi laughs at it.
Die?
I already am dead, as far as I know.
Half the reason I'm here is to make you right. Do right by you.
Well, the house looks like it's in pain. That makes me pretty happy, I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm. I don't like the fact that rot is spreading throughout the veil. Through the shadows, I should say.
The realm of shadows. I don't know much about it. I do know that my old the head of our clan that was left. Clippeth said that she believed that the realm of shadow was what connected all of us when we slumber. I didn't believe that. I thought that was ridiculous. I will say immediately, Regdur, you feel your hand twitch when he says that. Like, unnaturally.
Like, oh, that is correct. Or is that a...
You can take it as you want.
It's just a twitch?
You can just take it as you want. So, where do we go in? I mean, where we came out is not... I mean, that... I don't know how this works. Do we just pick a fucking open door? Open window?
Well, in the spirit of transparency here, and he holds up his hand. Which finger is now longer? The middle?
It would be your middle now, yeah. So it's all of these now.
So, oh, they all grew?
Well, yeah, they all grew back when you touched, even the ones you clipped.
So, my benevolent benefactor showed up as I walked through the door. And apparently I will be able to take myself and one other person out. But, yeah. But you said that, Will Clef, and my hand just twitched. Now, I will say that this keeper, apparently, because that's what they alluded to.
What's that? Oh, wait, like a keeper?
Yeah. He closed the door behind me and gave me this. Apparently he's given me all these. But apparently he said only has limited power here, so I don't know if that's true, because I think he works through dreams or sleep or whatever.
I mean, yeah. Take someone else, don't take me. That's all he says. He's like, please don't take me with you out of this place using that.
I mean, no offense, but if I was to take anyone, it would probably be Maria, because she's probably going to have the best chance of getting all of us out of here.
Wait, didn't you say the mayor can get us in and out of here?
Also another reason, because she had that conversation with her.
Yeah, the mayor. That's why I was going to say we could talk. I was hoping that we would be able to get into the house and talk to the mayor after we talk to Georgia to see if we are going to accept that deal from the cryptid in the forest. And if we were going to, then I was going to talk to the mayor about possibly getting us into the house.
We've never been outside the house like this, though. Like, I mean...
I haven't.
We've never been outside the house looking at it like this. We've always exited the door and reappeared, at least when I did it with you, in our
no, you're
space?
a doorway for a doorway. Yeah, you walk in one, you come out the other.
What the fuck is this then? Why?
Honestly, I don't think it really matters much which way we go in. This place is impossible to strategize.
I'm gonna say something really weird. I always felt like when I was in there, the house did not like us being there, the presence of us. Like
the house hates us.
It felt unnerving.
Right, but now it's like it wants us to help it.
What if it's needs us now?
Well, then it sounds like a mutually beneficial situation.
Do we just burn it down?
Sorry, what was that? No.
The thought had crossed my mind, but
I'm gonna... Like, are we walking towards the house during this
that is all up to you. This whole cut scene could have been you all walking up as the camera's following between each of you, or it could be standing back and just looking at the building.
I feel like we're standing back. I don't
like
think
where you all kind of met up on the pathway.
Then I'm going to say the house might be infected by the same rot as the trees.
It does look twisted and fucked up.
I'm going to go take a look and see if I can see the same magical rot.
Rule number 1 while we're here, we do not split up, is what Will Cuff says. If you go, we all go.
Then when we end up getting up there, I will take a look and see if I can find the same magical rot.
So as the party walks up to this building, as a group, is that the plan? Everyone's going to walk up together?
Mm-hmm.
You can see the shadows coming and going off of the house. Shadows walk by you. They never touch you, like directly, like flow through you or anything. If they do bump you, it is physical contact. You can feel it, but it's not hard. It's like someone bumping you with their hand to like, excuse me. You do not hear sounds. They just seem to be coming and going out of the home. Now that you're closer, though, some are people, but most of them are like odd-looking silhouettes of like horned creatures. There's one that goes by that is a small, like 2-foot-tall creature carrying what seems to be like a kettle, like a tea kettle. There's a guy who walks by with a scythe, with a huge, oversized nose when he's sideways. No one here seems human. And you do see things with like large antlers and other stuff. And you're starting to get the feeling these are all cryptids going in and out of the house.
Eric,
yes.
Do any of them look like creatures that we have seen in the house before? Because the gallery, like the gallery owner, like that was a horned creature.
Fucking does.
Do we see fake Medi in here?
No, you don't.
Okay.
Because a fake Medi wouldn't be able to be in here without going through a door.
Well, fake Medi disappeared and I wasn't sure.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
But I mean, very regular, very astute. Yes, that's what it looks like.
Do we see the father?
You do not see the father coming in and out at all.
Ugh.
Are there creatures that are stuck inside this? And creatures that just go in and out because it's their job? Like, there was a gallery curator that had horns and antlers in it, and it's like it was working a shift.
I mean, wasn't that the one with that was the art room, right? With the paintings?
Yeah, exactly. It didn't seem like they were cursed to be there. It just seemed like they didn't care. It was just like working a shift at the bar.
Kind of.
Like, are all these that are going in and out, do they just have free reign to go in and out and others are just stuck inside? And are the creatures that are stuck inside like us? Like, were they stuck there and they couldn't get out?
That was never a discussion. That would be an assumption.
Yeah. That's why he's bringing it up. Because
Wilcoff goes,
it seems like
I thought people were trapped. We had to look for an exit.
I feel like I would have to watch the episode again, but I feel like the curator, they weren't necessarily in distress, but they definitely seemed like, yeah, we can't really leave, so this is my art gallery. Like that.
I mean, they said that this is their job. I collect the art and I curate this home. I mean, they seem to be able to like leave their rooms and stuff, but no one seems to know how to navigate well. The first people you met that knew how to navigate were the kids, the two twins.
Mm-hmm.
And they only had vague inklings of what to do. And that was
they were
only around their room.
Yeah.
Like the rooms around their room. Well, then, Wilcoff says, then do we just pick an entrance? Do we try to talk to one of these things?
Gosh. I don't know if that would make it better or worse.
I don't know.
How long do you want to stay out here? Maria, obviously you guys are walking up and you want to investigate the house.
Yeah.
As soon as you turn your vision on, I will tell you, yes, the building is rotting.
Okay. I like blink. And
It looks like you can even see like the fucking beams are warped. The what used to be perfect, like straight up and down lattice work, everything is corroding and moving.
Okay.
It's like the ghost vision from the Frighteners of the house. That's
Yeah.
Yeah.
That ghost that I use in all of our ads, that's a Frighteners ghost, by the way. The one that's in the ads, not in the beginning of the show, but the one that moves in our ads, that's a Frighteners ghost.
The house is definitely rotted as well.
Can you tell how long it's been rotted?
Nah.
I mean, that would be more of like an actual like craft check.
You'd have to get up, look at it,
Yeah.
make a craft roll. You might be able to.
I mean, who knows? Time seems to pass differently, so who knows how much time will has actually passed, but I can take a look and see if I can make an estimate based on.
You've never seen the outside of the
Woodware.
house. You've seen the porch when you went in the front door. And that is the only part of the house you've ever seen outside.
But that was a pathway walking up to the porch.
Very similar to this, huh?
Yeah, but I mean, it's the house has changed. Like
It
the
is.
porch looks much different. It's much wider.
Well,
It's much bigger.
we know that this house is actually Hithersworn Manor.
In
and-
this world.
in this
in
world,
this
and
place of wherever that is.
Stuff-
Yeah.
and yeah, people go in, they come out changed, they come out lesser or cursed or whatever. But wood is still wood, and wear and tear is still wear and tear.
Mhm.
So, and rot is rot,
Mhm.
and we will try and see how badly
You say
messed up
that
this wood is.
Real Cuff like pulls some of like the skin down where he's damaged, and he's like, oh, good. And he like pulls it back up to make sure he's not like rotting.
That's a 22 craft check.
It has been rotting. I mean, the damage that's here looks like old. Like this looks like the outside, well, parts of it of Hithersworn Manor. Because Hithersworn Manor was not in good shape.
Right.
This looks like that is becoming the outside of that building.
Okay.
So old, but the rot is going fast. Like if you touch the wood, it's like soggy.
Okay. So then, yeah, I say that it looks like whatever this house was or is being subsumed by Hithersworn Manor. So I think,
Did we do the front door?
well, I don't know, I've never been to Hithersworn, but just the material that I'm looking at seems like it's, I want to say native to where we've come from, but it's kind of native to where we come from. So I'm thinking that this rot is specifically coming from,
Well, let's make a
us.
lap around.
or not necessarily us, but
Well, let's make a lap.
yeah.
So I will
Yeah,
tell you,
let's-
walking around the house, over the course of, it's like a good 10-15 minute walk around this very long house. Every fucking window, every fucking door is open. Every one of them. You can see into the house, but it's just red inside. And once in a while, you will see the father walk by one of the windows trying to grab people coming and going. Like they're not supposed to be doing this. And when you get to the back of the house, out of the second floor, a woman, younger, teenage, you see a doll get thrown out and it hits the ground next to you all. When it kind of rolls over, it looks very similar to the doll that the twins were carrying in the very beginning. And she starts to crawl out the window. On her hip, she's got a long, weird-looking blade. It's flat. The sheath is not good. And she's starting to crawl out of the window and climb down. And you see the hand of the father come out of the top floor, like the second floor, to grab her. And she falls out of the window. And it is a shadow until she lands next to you. The shadow kind of blows away for a moment. And you see this. I don't think we've ever had these on screen before. So I'm going to share this to all of you. And you should be able to see it now. I will share it to the audience so they can see it as well. As this woman, as moths are floating out of her eye, her skin is hardened like porcelain around her face. It's very similar to what an abandon looks like when it rests. And she picks the doll up in her tattered clothes and belt marks all over her. And she immediately pulls her blade out and flips it around. And she starts to speak in Druidic. I need to know if Georgia would tell everybody what she's saying.
Yeah.
Okay. She looks up, looks at you, specifically, Georgia, and says, "You're Circle of the Pine, right?"
Aye.
She has an odd dwarven accent to her. She looks human. As the butterflies and moths are kind of flowing out of her, she goes, if you are going to go into this house, I have to warn you, it has been overrun by the Circle of Ash.
Oh.
They are burning the place from the inside out. Fed from my father, and you see the hand come back into the window.
Why are they doing such thing?
I don't know. I don't know.
No one's told you, or do you live here?
I have for a while with my parents.
Where did you live before? Where did you come from?
I only really remember the house.
Can you leave?
This is the first time I've ever been able to get out the window. I have tried for so many years. I was young when I tried. This, if you don't mind, and she's holding the doll close, like it's fucking like...
Yeah.
She's crunchy. Who's the rest of these people?
They're
cloaked in shadow. They're hard to see.
You can't see them?
Not well. And she, like, lifts the doll up and covers the moths. And she opens her other eye wide enough that she can see. She goes, oh, they are very blinding. I'm so sorry.
Nothing to apologize for. Do you happen to know Clara or Clem?
She, like, looks down at the doll and she goes, how do you know my doll's name?
Interesting. Well, I can tell you, your doll has gotten out of here before.
No, the doll has been with me forever.
Your doll is quite lifelike now.
No, she's not living. When I was younger, I thought she was alive. Can your friend step forward a little bit more? I would like to be able to see. If you were close to me, I can see a little better.
Yes. Can you all see her?
I'll
sorry.
step forward a little bit so I'm next to Georgia.
Now, since we've not been in the house for a long time, I want to remind everybody, you never had a problem understanding anyone when you were inside the house. Mm-hmm. Everyone understood everyone. Now she's speaking in Druidic, and she is speaking in the dialect of the Circle of Pine.
Oh, right. So I wouldn't actually.
No, I'm assuming, like I said, Georgia's just telling everybody. And Georgia's like, hey, come forward.
Georgia, can you do me a favor and ask if what her full name is, if she remembers it?
Yes. I'm sorry. What is your full name?
Oh, Tillian? Tillian, Barak?
Georgia, I didn't understand all that, but I did understand the name.
I'm sorry. I think I misheard you.
And she kind of like, what do you mean? She scratches and she's missing a finger. Tillian Barak. At least that's what I remember. I didn't remember it till I left the house, to be 100% honest with you. My mind was foggy in there. And you still, like, when she moves her hand, just more of these glowing blue-white moths fly from her face.
Yeah, all the color is gone from Georgia's skin right now. Can I roll literally anything to figure out what?
Sure. This woman is very much older than what you're... Oh, no. Not really. She'd be 63.
Yeah.
And you did not put a gender in your kid's background.
I thought... Okay, it's
so
fine.
niece, not nephew. Check.
You know what? Birth is a confusing time from what I've heard. My mom told me it was like crapping out a watermelon, so
I mean, that's not far from the truth.
Maybe you just, in the heat of the moment, maybe someone lied to you.
I went through it, and I Control F searched, I did everything, so I said, obviously I get to pick.
I mean, memory sometimes gets altered when you're not making deals with strange entities.
And she kind of like,
Nope.
with the knife hand, goes like this, and she does have semi-pointed ears. They're rounded, closer to actually how Maria's would work, like how they would look, but they're a little more compacted.
What do you remember about who you were raised by? Nothing?
I
Besides-
remember being brought here by an animal, a large horned creature. It was very dark. Lots of candles in the area.
This doesn't make any sense. I would recognize.
I'm gonna do a perception check and look for other points of family.
Yeah, absolutely.
resemblance.
Absolutely. Make a perception check.
20, dirty 20.
Okay. Dirty 20. And you wanted to know what else with that perception check? What are you looking for?
Like family resemblance. Like
I
do
mean,
see, like,
look, dwarves and elves aren't mixed often.
no, it's true, but like eye color, cheekbones.
It's glowing blue right now, and her other one is greenish, hazel.
The glowing blue moth light, is that like the glowing blue that I saw on Fake Medi's horn?
Yes.
Okay. I whisper to Georgia that. I say, that's the type of color that I saw on Fake Medi's horn.
Look, I would like to leave. If you have a way out of here. I've never been able to escape the home before. And she looks up and kind of looks at the window behind her and... Please take me from here if you have a way out. You're the only people who I've been able to speak to besides my brother, and we don't want to see my brother.
Your brother.
Well, stepbrother, I don't think he's blood. I don't remember the inside of the house well right now. And you see, like, the porcelain mask has got a crack along where the eye is, like, now that everyone's close enough. Please, can we leave?
Georgia, what were we supposed to come in here to get?
This does not look like it would be one of his actual or its actual kids. Like,
No. This has to be a trick of the house or something.
Georgia, who is this?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Who
May I,
does she say she is?
she, like, grabs a doll and, like, turns it around so you can see the face. And it is kind of like... Remember when Clara was learning to do makeup?
Mm-hmm.
It kind of looks like that. She turns it around and she puts it, like, in front of her face. And she starts to speak in Cadraic.
And she's
The doll's
speaking-
not moving at all. She is just doing it.
Yeah, but does the doll have fangs?
Yes, it does have little tiny fangs, like, drawn, like, stitched in, yeah.
Looks like it's wearing a suit, because that looks like a little suit coat on top.
It does, kind of. It's like a vest almost, which Clara did describe that she wore a vest.
All right.
I'm
Well-
sorry. This is the only way I can speak in any other language.
I'm
just
sorry.
butterflies flying out from
yeah,
behind the fucking doll head.
I'm the one who asked for your full name just to see if maybe you were from where we were from.
I am from, I believe, Cadra? Or near? Or not Cadra.
Just
Moldavia.
real quick.
Moldavia, she says.
real quick, just for me. Can you say your name one more time, please? Killian?
Tillian? Yes.
Killian Barrack.
Yes. My father's name is, it was named after, can't remember. I was named after my mother's father. I believe that's right.
After your
That's what-
mother's father.
That's what they say.
Well, Zoran doesn't really rhyme with Tillian.
Oh. But that's what I remember.
Well, that's fine, dear. That's all right.
Maybe it was my father or their father, someone's dad.
Yeah,
My father's name is Cillian.
Cillian.
He's
Tusk.
an elf with blonde hair.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, that's all I need. It's nice to meet you, niece.
Can you get me out of here? And Cadraic, can we leave?
Like totally.
Before my
discount that.
father shows up, and the window behind her on the first floor, you do see a shadow, a large shadow, passing back and forth with a belt.
Don't worry,
That's
dear.
not.
That's not your father.
We don't. He says he is.
Oh, of course
Well,
he does.
he's
been
a
lying.
liar.
You just said Killian's an elf.
Cillian, yes. I think he's Fae?
That's right. If that's what I remember of him. Yeah.
His last name was
Tusk.
yes, Tusk.
Hey. He's a good lad. That's not him.
I don't remember. I know that person says they're my dad.
No.
I know you don't remember much, Tillian.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember any paperwork that may have been
What is
sent
paper?
with you?
Paper? No. I and she goes like this and like moves the doll and like she speaks in Druidic again, but you can hear a faint echo of Cadraic from the doll. And she's like, I just have this, a tattered shirt, the knife I carved from the bone of one of the dead, and she like reaches into her pockets, a pine cone.
I'm not saying that she would have had it on her.
I know, that's just what she does.
Yeah. No, but I'm telling Georgia, she wouldn't have it. They would keep it from her. They would lock it away from her.
We need
No,
to leave.
no,
And
you're
she
right,
steps
but-
away from the building, like a step, and you see the silhouette behind her stop at the window. Other shadows move by you, ignoring the conversation entirely, like walking in between the conversation.
I could be. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
my question for the party is, standing outside of the darkest house with somebody who is claiming to be someone that some people here have a feeling of who it is, are we leaving or attempting, or is Regder going to leave with this individual since they can leave whenever they want? Or are you going into the house and telling her to wait out here, which you may never find her again? She will not go back in that house. Not without being dragged, kicking and screaming.
Georgia,
Real feeling.
what deal was offered to you? This opportunity that was granted? What were the conditions of it? This is so important. Do you now
Going
see
in.
why?
Ria's like,
No,
I will
finding-
fucking kill you if you don't fucking tell me.
No, it's not even that. It's just like, now do you
It's
see
simple.
why I was asking you so many questions? Because this is the
But-
type of shit that gets...
Finding the child of Drathok.
Right, what would you get in
Returning
return?
the
Drathok.
child of Drathok.
Drathok brought me here.
I assumed as much.
He, I don't know if it's a he, though. I think they're a thing.
Right, so, okay, so
Yes.
we find the child of Drathok. What were you supposed to get in return?
Killian.
I am Tillian. That's what I said.
Your child is a half-elf?
That would make sense, considering Stillian was an elf. Well, he was a fae, anyway.
Do you know what court he belonged to?
Would I have any recollection?
Not with what I'm looking at.
No.
Okay.
He never spoke of any courts.
Nope. Most Fae don't when they're in the material. Not unless you're a Fae as well. Those courtly fucking rules, man.
Look. I'm very sorry, but I just was at the circle, but 7 years ago, and
I've been here longer than that, I think.
We've been told time passes differently here.
Hey.
Yeah, but do I look like who you think? And they do not. They're taller. The voice is similar. The accent's correct.
I
No,
mean,
this
in their defense, we have a wooden Duergar now. So
Wilcuff leans in and goes,
so fair.
"We should have brought the goat man to sniff this girl out." God, this is the first time I'm going to say we should have brought the goat. Should have brought him.
No kidding. No kidding.
Look, we either need to go in or we need to have Regdar leave with the girl. It's the right thing to do. Not one of us, because Regdar can go speak to the mayor. Hopefully she hasn't flayed Jorgen, and she can get us out.
I mean, if she did flay, I hate to say it, hopefully she didn't flay Jorgen, but if she did, then that technically completes our job.
Look, he was very good at hiding from us, though.
I know. So
Right, but now he's in the house with her.
or maybe he's not. Maybe he's trapped in there.
Look, there's
As I point to the house.
all of those are very possible. I'm wood. Like, that's what he says again, like, iterating Maria's point. I'm wood now. I think we have
That's a t-shirt.
to go in, but we can't bring her
We
back
do.
in. Because we know, we could go in that door and get separated. Some of you were in there. We were all in there. Maria wasn't last time.
I wasn't. I was outside.
We don't know how this works. We can guess all day. But we know that house right now, we have a chance to shut it down.
While they're all talking, I'm gonna use Arcane Sense again to
Sure.
look at this person in front of us.
Okay.
I'm looking for rot and
No.
also anything specifically that would be kind of like, these are the bindings that keep you until your contract's up.
No rot. Her eye does glow. The moths that come out do glow until they leave a little distance from her, then they fade away.
Right.
The doll does not glow at all.
Okay.
Her bone weapon has a glow to it. And the scar on her face has a glow and is very similar to what an abandoned looks like.
Okay.
Tillian,
Yes. And she puts the doll back up.
I know this is going to sound odd and it's going to require some trust.
And she keeps eyeing the
Could I
window.
Could I see your knife for a second?
Yes. And she'll hand you the knife. She just will not hand you the doll.
I pull out my clan dagger and I look for any similar markings. If she crafted this thing,
So funny that you ask that. On the top, where the bone would meet bone, it has been scraped flat, and there is the house, the clan symbol carved into it. On top of that, the weapon itself, while bone, there is a blade embedded in it. At the very end of it.
so like the blade is actually real and this is just like the handle?
Like it's the spine of the knife is all bone. The handle is bone, and there's a slit carved, and there is a blade sticking out of it. But she's kept behind, like, so you can't see it.
Kind of like the
Like a
straight
straight
edge of, like,
razor.
the old rulers.
Like a straight razor. But it's buried in it
Oh.
far.
Okay.
And it's like a femur or something similar to. But looking at it close, it's not bone. It's antler.
Mm.
I mean, same difference.
No, it's not.
No.
We probably know who it belongs to, right?
Right. I'm like, and I'll show her the symbol, like the same symbol.
Mm-hmm. It's a short blade. Like, it's only maybe... It's longer than a dagger would be. But that's only because the antler's so long. The blade itself is dagger length.
Okay.
Like the whole tang down. Like they pulled it out of that and
Is
buried
it
in
like
this.
is it like the length of like a carving knife?
The whole blade is short sword. But the whole sword. But the bladed part looks like it's part of a dagger embedded into it.
Got it. Okay.
To give it length.
So like, got it. So yeah, I'll be like, so you see this right here? I'll point to the symbol on top. Did you carve that when you made this?
Oh no. I had it when I arrived. The symbol, she reaches and fumbles through her pockets and she pulls out the pommel of something and it has that symbol on it. I just carved it into it. This broke long time ago.
I see. And I give it back to her and I point to mine. I'm like, that's our clan symbol.
She hands the pommel to you. And it is like been snapped. And it is a clan dagger pommel.
Right. No, you keep that. That's yours. Maybe we can repair it when we get out of here.
Okay.
But I just want you to know we're from the same clan.
Wheelcuff goes, look, is that enough proof? Do we bring her out of here?
I'll sheath the dagger.
I mean,
Look at Georgia.
listen, whatever is going on with this child,
And she pulls the dowel back down.
they have a feature very similar to Abandoned with the cracked porcelain, almost like scarring,
Mm-hmm.
and the magic leaking out
Mhm.
of it, and the glowing eye. I didn't see any rot or any symbols of...
Filth.
I point to my hand.
Yeah,
I
no.
didn't see any symbols of filth.
They are on the house, though, now that you're looking. Like,
Yeah,
on this
yeah,
side.
I'm like-
You see some around the window and shit like that.
Yeah. I'm like, she doesn't have any symbols of filth. The house definitely does, though. So...
Wheelcuff goes, maybe we just fucking leave this place. Let it rot.
Wheelcuff, why don't you take her out?
I can't do that.
He can't.
That's
yeah,
Regter.
Regter's gonna be the only one who's gonna be able to do it. I'm just
wanna
letting you
leave
guys
you
know
all
what
in
I've
here.
noticed using my senses.
Look.
So
I believe that we all want to leave. I do. None of us really want to go in.
yeah, I don't really
And-
want to be here,
and,
but
and the thing is we've been in and out. This girl has been trying to get out, even if it is the wrong person. Let's just say it's not a sibling or a child or whatever the fuck it is. We have a chance to
She's
get
been-
someone who's been trapped here forever out. Which means if their memory keeps coming back, maybe we can find a way to break this place, to separate it. Or to find a map or a way through or fucking anything. But we can't
Or
let
at
her
least-
go back in.
yeah. Especially if this is your child, then you're exposing it to your sister's plot, whatever it might be. Because there are all these symbols of rot, all these symbols of filth, all over the house.
Right.
Well,
And you maybe, and you know, Georgia, you didn't make the deal. Maybe even the father didn't make the deal, depending on where he was in the ranks, where his family's standing. His parents might have made the deal on his behalf without him knowing.
He didn't know.
Well,
Period.
someone may have found out, and someone may have made a deal on this child's behalf using them. So
Firstborn is a firstborn. Doesn't need to.
it doesn't even need to be firstborn. They just need to have an elven parent. Redger, that's what I'm trying to. It doesn't matter.
It's against your will, is what she's saying. It's
Against your will.
It's what Wilcuff would say. He's like,
Well, I was talking about what the antlered
oh, well,
creature was saying.
I'm gonna be honest.
Well, first,
do we
look.
fucking care what that thing wants right now?
Well, apparently, she said she'd find his child. Points to Georgia.
We'll say this is it. If it's not, we'll come back.
I don't think this is correct.
She got a goddamn pine cone and an antler is a fucking weapon. I don't need to be Burke to understand how things are in the world that is not our world. But I'm telling you, that is not normal.
No, it's not.
if this thing told you that your child was working for them still in that, how did they where's your, because Maria wouldn't know this, this thing took your child to train it?
Yes.
Does this look like a training ground for druids?
No, not even a little bit.
So, do you know that thing that you were talking to was being upfront about the deal that it offered you in the first place?
I mean, it's gone on for eras and eras, and
That is true.
druids always,
As far as
yeah,
you know.
druids always come out.
But have you ever met that thing personally?
No.
So this is the first time you ran into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We're
So,
arguing semantics at this point, is what he says.
No, I'm trying to logic our
Semantics
way
are
into.
important
I'm
here.
trying to logic our way into that thing may have been lying to you, Georgia. It may have done research, or maybe it was a part of whatever arrangement the Circle of Pine had, and then decided to break it, or maybe it's been corrupted because I didn't see it. Maybe it's been corrupted by this rot too. I don't know. So whatever deal you may have made with it,
Oh, shit.
if you even made the deal, because you didn't agree to anything, maybe we can just dip out.
Well,
Is that pine
mean-
cone supposed to do anything for you?
I mean,
Like,
it was
is it a way
taking
out?
that pie coat, agreement that you were going to take this job for this creature that may or may not have been lying to you.
he just said, or they just said, to grab the pine cone that would be waiting next to you on a newly grown pine tree. That is all they said. They were very cryptic about the things they were saying. You can make of that as you will.
No, it was not an agreement. It was it sounded like a boon of some sort.
Do you want to pull it out and look at it?
Yeah.
Maria, if your eyes are still going, it glows, and the pine cone that the woman pulled out glows, and they glow exactly the same. Same magic.
And I say their magic energy, color, whatever, it's the same.
No, yeah, I can. She pulls the doll up and sheaths the weapon through like a shitty leather loop. She goes, I can speak to the creature that dropped me off through this. They say that they would love to come get me, but they're not allowed here, and that I'm supposed to find their kid. I've never found a child here besides myself and my brother. There is a weird-looking picture of a kid, but I've never found a kid anywhere. I have roamed a lot of this decrepit house.
What
All
does
right,
the
kid.
child supposed to look like?
You don't know?
You don't have a description of the fucking kid we're supposed to find here?
He said I would know.
Would you?
And
I'm
right
sorry,
now I don't.
Tillian, just to clarify, so you're talking to this person through this pine cone, which
Yes.
is probably the least strange thing
I
I've heard.
can't. Not all
Okay.
the time, though, but once in a while. Yes.
But they had you use this, and they sent you to go find their child
No, they just told me while I was here.
while you're here.
The pine cone was on me. I went into the house. I was
Right.
very young.
Okay.
And they told me to look for their child while I was here. But I don't know how long I've been here.
Were they supposed to come get you when you found their child?
They said that they would send someone to get me. I haven't found their kid. The closest I've came was when I was speaking to them. I talked about the woman. She has big horns and a stick with smoke out of it.
Was
That's
she in a room with artwork on the walls? Pictures painted.
There was, God, she keeps holding her eye. She's like, there was, no, they were covered rectangle square things, but I never looked behind them. I walked through there. I talked to them. I found, and she reaches in her pocket, and she pulls out like a metal looking 12-sided object. I found a bunch of these in a courtyard, and she kind of pulls out a few others. I found,
Oh, fuck. I'm gonna look above the house. Like into the sky.
It's black. It's dark. There's red light. All the red lights emanating from the house. You don't see anything up there.
Okay.
But I found those. I found in a kid's room, I found drawings on the floor. That's where I refound my doll. I don't remember much else. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just...
No.
Tilly,
I
you've
don't
done a
know, Peter. It's
great
okay.
job, okay?
Tilly?
And you're very brave.
Is that my name? Is that... Wait a minute. And she like rubs... When she rubs again, a gigantic moth starts to like crawl its way out. It glows, it flutters up and goes away. And then the stream continues. She's like, Tilly, my mom used to call me Tilly.
Is your mother in the house?
I don't... There is a woman who says she's my mother. But she says that to everyone who's there.
Like the father.
As another like large moth crawls out.
How long have you been cursed like that?
Oh, I don't... The eye? Not until I got out here.
Okay, we need to get you back in, or we need to get you out.
What is out?
All right.
Wilcuff goes, looks around the party. He's like, I'm going to go in the house. I'm going to find the room that I was in.
Okay.
I'm finding the room. I know there's a door that's an exit there. We've used it before. I'm going to go in. I'm going to find the people who are in there as well. It makes the most sense. It's better than us waiting out here in arguing about a woman with glowing insects crawling out of her fucking
The
eye.
one thing that we agreed on is that we are not going to split up in there.
I'm breaking the
It's
rule.
true.
That's
No,
what he
you're not. You're
says.
staying put because my sister went in after you to pull you out the first time.
And I appreciate
Stay
it.
together. Because if you go in there by yourself, there's a good chance you're going to get strung back up again with against your will.
Yeah, he's not going in there by himself. 'Cause I'm going with him.
Bingo! There's two of us. All right, who's with me is what he says.
We need to get the rest of him. We owe that to him.
Well,
And
yeah.
from George's description, I think some of my people are still in there. I don't want anybody stuck in there.
Especially if this place is going to collapse or whatever, rot into nothingness.
I look at Maria. I'm like, so should I try to find the mayor?
Go. I'm wondering.
I see the Nora brain clicking hard right now.
Georgia, you might have a better idea, but I'm wondering if, like, the moths being released are, like, the blocks on her memory being...
Can I get an occult roll from you and Georgia? I'll take the highest and the other is 8. We have a... It's a very good question.
18.
I got a 23, so 24.
That would make the most sense. Like whatever is holding her inside is going away. What I will say is, I will remind Georgia, you were given a candle. And you do have 2 fingers. As well. For things that were given to you by what you believe to be the creature you are here to help. With Drathok.
I would like to, may I use a medicine check to examine her hand against the fingers? That
She
I have?
will hold her hand out. She switches to holding the dowel with the other, and she holds her hand out, and she's missing her index, which is the one that is always taken.
Okay. I hate it here. I got a 17.
Are you just comparing all the fingers and the candle?
Mm-hmm.
The one in the candle looks very similar to hers. The shape of the nails are very similar.
Okay. Cool. Cool.
When you do that, one of the moths lands on the candle and it lights.
A candle. Okay. Oh,
She goes,
that's
"Oh,
not a fucking sign.
I did not mean to do that. I'll put it out. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
What's
So-
that light supposed to do?
I don't.
Georgia, what's the candle supposed to do? Do you know?
I mean, you know what it represents.
It's not supposed to do anything in particular. But it
Enlighten me
represents-
so I can try and use my thaumaturge skill set.
She's like, let me roll my know everything skill.
It's not even bad, but like growing up the
Look.
way she finally did is like I may know something. Like
Drathok is a cryptid who will train those in the circle, generally the youngest born, or sorry, the firstborn of any particular family.
Mm-hmm.
So, in exchange, they're to give one of their digits cut above the first knuckle, and it becomes tallow for a candle that adorns his mantle, his antlers.
She goes,
My...
I did what?
Don't worry about it. This candle represents my child's.
And you hear an
supposedly.
echo of Tilly's voice in the candle as I'm going to play the reliquary card. As you hear an echo of Tilly's voice from the candle. Sounds just like her. Well, I'm not doing that on purpose. I'm very sorry. And she like reaches over to like put out the candle.
No, don't.
Wilcoff goes,
Sorry.
look, I don't need any more proof. Burke, we find that room. We get everybody out. We beeline for the door we came through. That's our plan. We stick
Georgia,
together.
Are you interested in keeping a deal with a creature that told you to go find their child in exchange for getting your child back when they actually ended up potentially sending your child here to try and find their missing child?
I knew that my child was currently in service to them. I didn't know that this is what it entailed.
Eric,
Yes.
can I do... What kind of a check would it be to remember what it looked like out the window of that room with the mirror?
Looking outside of it, it was just a forest around the house. It always has been.
Right. But is there any way, could I use survival to find which window we were looking out of?
Oh. Yes.
Since we're doing a lap around
yes,
the
it's
house
going to be
anyway?
difficult because none of the trees have pine needles anymore.
Okay.
But I'll even let you use a survival card for that.
Okay.
We'll use the survival card from who do we have? We'll use KJ Dawson's pay to win card.
I rolled an 11, so that's a 21 plus 2 is a 23.
When you made a lap around, you're pretty sure you know what window it was.
Okay. Look, I think it's that room right there.
You also saw a cellar, too. And you're pretty sure that's the cellar that would take you into the cellar. You exited out through the man with the keyholes.
Right, but going out of that cellar puts us in the courtyard with the big clumpy clump stamp kill.
It does.
Fist is.
Only if you walk
So
into it. If you walk around the edge, there's nothing happens. You remember, it's only when you walk into the center of that courtyard.
Right, but in order to get into that door, you have to go into the center of the courtyard because it is in the center of the courtyard. I would much rather go through an open window into said room that they're talking about right away.
Okay.
So
You know the window.
right, I think I'm almost positive it's that window to get back into the room.
I'm trying to get a definitive answer from Georgia about whether or not she wants to actually try and get this creature's kid out of here. Kid.
I do.
Adult at this point, 63
Yeah.
years old. So
The reason I'm asking is because I would have to rewatch the episode if it's still up, but I'm pretty sure Maria has like her own separate exit.
she does.
Mm-hmm. And it's in the gallery.
She does.
So-
She knows which picture will take her out.
Because I painted it.
That is correct.
So,
Oh,
Georgia, if you want to
Yes.
keep this deal with this thing,
I do.
Yeah, the party's like, what the fuck?
if you want to, this is before I changed from heel to babyface, okay?
Hey, man.
So
Hey, it's not my fault. It's not my fault.
so I Maria says like I have a potential exit from the gallery room if you are sure that you want to try and get this person out of there.
I'm sure.
We would have to convince them to leave, which I don't know if I can do that because I'm gonna just be like, hey, this cryptid that may or may not be your parent wants you back out in the material.
Then what do we do? Then Will Cuff goes, are we splitting the party to try to get this done inside the house? Or are we going to do this as a team?
I would
Do it as a
rather do this
team.
as a team, but
Yeah, don't split. Go in
Then-
through that window, try and get them, and then you'll have a force. If you can get all of them out,
Will Cuff goes, I
We'll
have
have-
a plan. It's crazy, but I'm made of wood again, so like maybe my brain's not right. I think, Regdur, you should take Tillian out. And I think
Yes.
you should ask the mayor if she can open a portal into the gallery. And
she's
we
done
will
it before.
meet you there. Here's the hook, though. I think you need to bring the twins back and put them back in the fucking house.
Huh.
Now hear me out. I hate them. They're horrible.
End of argument.
end of argument. I hate them.
They
That's it,
should
that's my
not
mark.
be in our house haunting the fuck out of it. They're not Maria's kids. We know they're not.
We know they're not.
But really,
No,
if
I
you
hate
don't want to send them back, then I think at least you should bring the fucking goat, man. He can smell this rot. He might be able to help us.
Maybe we could find him a new face in here.
Or we just
With
find the
healing
fucking
power.
rest of him.
I mean, this house is in chaos. We need to take advantage of it.
We abuse
I don't know
this
when
thing.
we'll
We
ever get an
ride
opportunity
this
like
like
this.
a dying goat.
Oh,
We ride this house like we stole it. Where's the keys?
Exactly.
Absolutely.
So, we in agreement. You take Tillian back, you run to that
Wait, wait,
fucking
wait,
mayor,
wait, hang on.
and you open a door into the gallery, and we will meet you there.
Tillian,
Yeah?
have you ever seen keys to this house when you've been in there?
Oh, yes. I have a few. I don't know if they work. I don't know what doors they go to, but I have squirreled a few away.
You have them on you.
No, but I can tell you where they're hidden.
All right.
There is a
Tell them.
room of pillars that is dark as dark can be. In one of the floorboards, there's a clock. In that floorboard with the clock next to it in the dirt, I have hidden 2 keys. I hid them
This
there
clock-
because the father cannot go in there, nor can the mother.
Does this clock, does it mention something about, like, does it have two faceplates?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
It's buried next to it in the dirt.
Do you know what that is, Maria?
No, she just knows that room.
I know the room, and remember we had that woman who said she was from New York.
You also
how to
saw a
use
ghost
it?
in that room, too. A spirit girl in
right,
that room.
yeah.
I took no notes on this episode too, and I remember.
Hey, man.
Yep.
I don't have any notes
Was
for
that
it
a
right here.
different character, though?
Nope.
No,
we
that
all
was-
went through
that
this
was-
room.
Maria.
We all went through that room. Even
And it was
Clyde,
right
because
off
that was
of the
when we
main
met
room.
Moxie's character from Call of Cthulhu.
Correct.
Right, that I remember. But I thought, for some reason, I thought you were playing a different character.
Nope.
No.
Todd
I'm telling
was
you,
playing a different
Todd
Todd
was.
was playing a
That's
different
right,
character.
that's
Yes.
right. That's right.
That was Clive.
Okay,
That's Clive.
Moxie gave him her gun.
Correct.
that's right.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay. No, I was trying to remember if I was there or not.
Nope.
you were. No,
Oh, you were.
not.
You. No.
were.
Drew played with us. That was the 8-hour show.
Yes.
No. Yeah, I remember that too. All right.
There's
Well,
the ghost. There was the pillars. There's the lights. The room kept getting darker.
okay
We
then.
met that woman there. So
Wilcuff goes, I'm ready. And he opens up his chest and he taps the rot box and then he taps the TNT. And he closes it.
Wait a minute.
Is what he does.
We'll cross that bridge if we absolutely
I'm
When we
need
making
to.
burn
that
it.
fucking bridge.
Just cross it before you blow it up, depending on what's on the other side.
All right then. You know the window. Can you point it out? We'll go in. You need to
That
hurry.
one.
So you walk around to the house to where it is. Tilly does follow. She follows close to the party, like within talking distance. She does have her blade out. And she when she guys get to the window, she goes, I don't want to go back in. If you're taking me away from here, can we leave now?
That's
Please?
the plan, sweetie.
we're not making you go back in. We're just trying
No.
to figure out how we're gonna go in before you leave.
Well, how do we do this?
I'm not entirely sure, but we're gonna give it a go.
All right.
I hate this house. I hate it.
Good
It
luck.
hates us too.
Tell me this isn't the perfect picture to represent this fucking shithole.
Right. He says to everybody else, he's like, "Good luck." And he offers his hand to Tillian.
She reaches out, she puts her blade away, she reaches out and grabs it. And when they touch, they immediately fall down and pass out. Gone. And they turn to shadow. And a few moments later, the shadows dissolve.
Oh fuck! I hope that worked.
It's a
It
very
was.
good
I'm
question.
leaving.
Are there any, like, as that happens, do I see any, like, remnants of, like, the stuff that I, like, from the information I picked up from the Merrifield, like, anything, like, any masks or anything like that in the shadows?
Like
Does he
looking at him,
disappear?
you don't see any masks or anything, but
Okay.
his face it does get kind of boxed off in the shadow,
Okay.
like a weird shape. Not. It looks like he's wearing something, and they
Mhm.
both disappear in the shadow. They just kind of dissolve.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and
Yeah, you
there
both
are
know.
4 holes in the ground where they were holding hands, where his fingernails were into it. Those are there, and they are wisping, like just ever so slightly, shadow coming out. While they're gone, Wilcup takes a deep breath, and pulls out a dagger in one hand. He looks at the group and he goes, "I guess we're going back in."
That's the idea.
I know we're going back in, but I want to take a look at something before we go.
What?
It's the box. Do
Why?
we know where these boxes came from? Because it's also covered in rot, right? Maybe there's something in the box that we can use against the house.
Oh, sure. Do you want me to open it out here? We don't know how long. We don't know how time works. I just want to get us into where we need to be before Regdur gets back.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I'll open it. It won't take me too long if you want. He sets the box down. Open the chest up. Sets it down.
Between, like, we came in here to look for your sister, Georgia, and we ended up here. And we found this box by a follower who is also in the same camp. So, that's why I'm just thinking it might be prudent for us to open it before we head in. Maybe there's a clue, maybe there's nothing there. I don't know.
Fuck it.
But...
He puts his fingers in and starts to open it. When he picks the lock and opens it slowly, inside it is filled with mold and dirt. He goes,
I've got arcane sense up again.
It glows.
Okay.
You want to dump it out?
Does it look familiar, like the trap?
He closes it and he flips it back open, opens it. It does look like that stuff. And in the bottom of it, there is a single like cut of cloth that's like yellowed and old.
Hmm.
He goes, I
Does it look?
have no idea what this is.
Does it look like anything we've seen on our sister?
I mean, you never really got in close to her. You guys only saw her from a distance
Fair.
every fucking time. Okay, so
Do we recognize the color as
it's
a
yellow
color of Goldhawk?
It looks like the robes that people were wearing, kind of. Same similar rotted canvasy fabric. He goes, I mean, I guess we could jump in the house and hope it rots the place more, right? And he kind of closes it back up. Opens his chest
Let's hang
up.
on to it
Slides it in.
for a little bit.
All right, let's go. He puts his hands out to help people in.
I'm sorry, Georgia, did you say you wanted to hold on to it for a little bit?
I feel like we might as well.
Okay, I wasn't sure if like you actually physically wanted to hold on to it, or if we're just like
No.
Okay. That's
No,
what
I
wanted
got
to
it.
clarify.
I got it.
Yeah,
That's what he
okay.
says.
No,
So
just in case something else becomes more clear. Yeah.
He puts his hand out and offers it up. Now, this is the window that he said leads to that area, right? When you walk in through the window, in front of you, there is a metal grate with a lever and what looks like an elevator, which you have seen. ETHUANTIA does have elevators in some of the richer cities. You've seen lifts, and it looks like a lift. And it's just like a boxed-in room, and this is one area, and then the other side of that lift has another door. A person walks forward out of it, head kind of low, with a really kind of elongated shadow, and says, which room am I taking you to today? I'm going to share another image to close out our show. Let me grab it. Where are you at? And
It's Bartleby.
It's not Bartleby.
I'm kidding, Allie.
I mean,
I'm so kidding.
it starts with a B, but it is not Bartleby. As he's long, and the shadow has got an axe, and this person does not.
Oh, God. What the... Okay. I hate it.
Which
Thanks.
floor am I taking you to? What room would you like to see?
I mean, I'd like to go see my artwork and wait, hold on. Are we going out of character? Are we going to the gallery first? Or are we going to that room with the clock?
I thought we were going in through the window of the room with the clock, and
It
then
was
we were gonna go to the
back
gallery.
up. The room that Regdur pointed out was the bedroom that leads to the window to where Wilcuff was made.
Right. So where are we going? Are we going to where Wilcuff is made?
Okay.
The room with the clock, or the gallery?
Woo! I feel like the room with the clock is a good starting point to get the keys from it, because they might come in handy in the other rooms.
Well, I can take you each to a different room if you would like, as long as my mother or father are not here. We'll step in.
No, let's stick together. I think maybe we should go to the gallery first so we can regroup with Regder and whatever army he's bringing with him.
I mean, if time does pass differently, then we might get there and he might already be there.
Well, this is
Or we might be there for a very long time. I don't know.
I don't understand the questions you're asking right now, but if you wish to go in, come in. And there's a fucking assortment of cut pictures and drawings of different rooms all over the inside of this elevator. And he walks over to one, he goes, this room? And he taps a picture of the gallery with the masked woman and the antlers and the long holder for her cigarette. That's where you wish to go. This is one way. I could take you there and you can get out. And then the door closes and the elevator goes elsewhere. And the shadow kind of rips around the wall and is like tapping on the drawing on the wall. Is this where you wish to go?
Oh, so.
All right. And he grabs the lever and he pulls it. And the doors close. And I'm going to call our episode for tonight there. With that said, audience, this is the season finale, part 1. We are going to do a talk back next Tuesday with a little bit of time in the Darkest House. Don't worry, we're not going to play the Darkest House, but I do want to give our hunters a chance to get out. If anybody has anything going on this week, I know a lot of people are moving and fun stuff like that. Does anyone have any shows this week before I cut us to me and Regder to close out the show?
Oh, fuck, I do.
What do you got? You're on screen. Go ahead. What you got?
Oh, am I? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So this Thursday, a week after Erik Frankhouse, it's his birthday.
It was last
is
week.
my wife's birthday.
Huh?
And we're doing a Tony takeover of spooky games. So she's
no.
going to be streaming. I'm going to be playing. Not sure who else is going to be playing yet.
What's
or
the takeover?
Playing,
Are you guys playing My Little Tony Pony?
No. We might be playing. It's still up for grabs. What we're playing. We've been talking about it in Spooky Games channel over on my Discord server.
Okay.
So I don't know. We'll see. We were talking about Labyrinthine or Escape the Back Rooms is also an option because it's on sale right now for like $3.
It's a fucked up game.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet. So
I think
that's all
Tony
we
should learn to play Helldivers. That's what we should be doing.
That might happen.
Okay.
All
right.
PS5 now, so we might get it on that.
Okay. So is anyone else got any new news? Any new shows? Anything else? Before I close this out with Drew, we went long because it's the season finale, and I wanted to give us the proper space for tonight's episode. Nobody else? Well, I guess it's just me and you, and you and me.
You and me.
I think this is going to be
you can
big.
always tune in next week for the aftermath of the Stringer show.
Look, if you
for
missed
Cyberpunk.
Cyberpunk's Monday, I fixed the tech issues. It ran smooth, and it was the wildest Cyberpunk ride we've had. I think the only one that may be close is fighting in a large AAV with Van Rear doing open heart surgery. That's the only thing that probably compares to last night's explosive episode. That's the right word, right? Explosive, Kelly? That's right?
Yeah.
All right. Well then, wave by the rest of the cast. Let's see how this turns out. Maybe we will only have a talk back next week. So, buddy, I feel like you've earned some solo time. You've been gone a lot, and I've been very kind to your character overall. Almost, I would say, benevolent with gifts.
GIFS?
Nah.
Probably.
Nah, FT.
It's been more COD, though.
With that said, you open it up, and she pulls through with you. When you arrive on the other side, she's still leaking those butterflies from her eye.
Mm-hmm.
But when you arrive, you are not at the outpost.
Of course not.
You are in a room with a bunch of windows looking into the outpost, in a space in between. She goes, "Is this home?
No, it's not.
Are we on the way home?
We are.
Are we safe here?"
That I don't know yet.
Can I ask you
Listen.
something now that the woman who seemed scared to see me isn't here?
Hey,
I lied a little bit.
did ya?
I did.
That's a hereditary trait. Go ahead. Hit me.
Jesus Christ. I did get dropped off by that creature here. And I am missing my finger. But I do know who he is. I do remember that. I'm just afraid to say it because people seem scared of him every time I do.
Checks.
Draythok is a monster.
That's apparent loss from his physical being. I caught that on the way in to the hole.
He's a spirit of nature. He takes the unwanted children and gives them purpose.
Right.
But we can talk to him. And she holds her hand up like this and puts the stump of her thumb against the side of your head. And you hear for the first time Draythok's voice. "Well, Tillian, did you find them?" She doesn't answer. You're the only one who can hear it.
Pull my head away.
Goes away.
So you've been looking for their child the whole time you've been in there.
I have been looking for one of their kids. Every kid who was unwanted is a child of Draythok. I am a child of Draythok.
Right.
One and the same. I may have parents somewhere else, these people that you speak of that I vaguely remember, but we are all children of Draythok. And when she turns, you see the cracks in her face, antlers start to form. We're children. We hide our appearance. We're blessed by him.
I see.
Are we going home?
We're gonna try to.
Which window would you like to pick into the outpost? Which room do you want to go to?
Well, I don't want to break through someone's skull to do it.
That's not how this works.
I'm looking. I'm gonna look for anyone rooting around the camp that we searched.
All of the visions are inside the house, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, my sister was inside the house.
I'm talking about inside the outpost.
Right. She was inside there when we left. Or it looked
She
like
would be.
She had been in there. So
You can't see who the people are. You see out their eyes.
right. But eventually I might see like a hand pass through if they're holding something.
I mean,
So I'm gonna make a perception check and try and find something that
Okay.
looks like a female dwarf.
by the hand. All right.
By
I'll
the
give you
hand.
a perception. I'll even give you a I'll give you a bonus. I'll give you a survival from serving hands to close. I'll give you Star Drews to close out this show.
Okay. That's a 24.
Looking through the eyes, I will give you 2 to pick from.
Okay.
There is one that is in the dining room, the large dining room, looking at another hunter. It looks like it's possibly the people who are here to kind of help your carpenter run the show. It looks like the husband. The second one is in the library. No indicator of who they are because it's just a book in front of them.
What book is it?
Yeah, what languages do you have?
Moldovan,
Nope.
Dwarven, and Hollow.
None of those. It doesn't look like natural writing.
Doesn't look like natural writing.
Like the scratches and it's chaotic. She goes, "Oh, pacted. Oh, I know what that is." And she like brushes her hair and knocks the horns away. They fall, hit the ground. You see the person fucking move for a minute when that happens.
Can you
I can read it.
No, like, are there any hands holding the book or anything?
Nope. Just standing and reading them. I can read it.
Don't read it out loud.
Well, I can just tell you what
yourself.
I can tell you what it says. I'll just tell you.
What does it say?
It says that to resummon a keeper into the material plane requires... They need to flip the page.
Great. We're not going to wait for that. And we're going to go through.
With that, everyone hears cracking of skull and bone, and we will end our episode there for the evening. Wave bye, Drew. Thank you, everybody, for watching part 1. I didn't know if there's going to be 2 parts to this finale because I wanted to give everyone time, but they were thorough. Tonight, my players were thorough. In fear of death, very thorough, which bravo to them. If you're watching this afterwards, there'll be a part 2. It won't be as long as this because there's really not much left other than what happens in the outpost and if they find their way into the room and find the painting that's needed and all that jazz. But we're not going to do all of it. I got to leave some stuff for the second season. We will be off in May from this show. We will still have Cyberpunk for a little while and something special I'm cooking up in the background. But here and here, you're going to see things that click. Please click them. We're trying to get to 500. I have new content coming out that is not live shows as well. And the other video to watch is probably going to be Jerry Stringer because I feel like everyone on the internet should see that at least once in their life. With that, everybody, thank you so much for joining us for 13 episodes of ETHUANTIA Superstitions, our second campaign in my setting. And I'll bring the cast back to wave by as well as we close ourselves out for the evening. I hope you all enjoyed this. It has been a wild fucking season so far. Wave bye, everybody.
Thanks, everybody, for being here.
Bye. We'll see you next week for a little while.
See you next week.